together, we transform and become the Voltron. Yeah. We hit it right, all our wrong. Hey yo, we got it going on. Yeah. Went through the fire, but it lit up my fuse. I'm blowing up like a bomb. Introduce you to God. I'm teaching essentials, I'm operating at my peakest potential. Elijah, he told me to keep it all simple. Through these instrumentals, I speak to your mental. Red. Back in the booth, rap to the youth, they was lacking the truth. Back to the seas, they was lacking the roots. Smoked all the trees and they snacking on fruits. Bed, attached to my roof, detached to the roof on the back of the coupe. Back from the future, I'm back in the red and the blue, yeah, I'm back on my snoot. Niggas be biting, they cracking, they tracking, niggas be capping, they lacking it. Put a toe tag on the back of they boot. Battle with nukes, I'm attacking, they truth. I wrote these bars in Sumerian text. The legends of Mu, I'm the Marian sets. It was written in Targaryen text. Came to conquer all my variants. Yeah, we got it going on. I bring my niggas together, we transform and become the Voltron. Yeah. We hit it right, all our wrong. Hey yo, we got it going on. Yeah. Went through the fire, but it lit up my fuse. I'm blowing up like a bomb. Introduce you to God. Back on the mic, was dead on my back, now I'm back on my life. Came back from the future, went back to it twice. When I rose out the grave, they said that dude is Christ. I'ma shine like a star, I'ma twinkle, twinkle as I light up the sky. The whole world was watching on the night I arrived. The Messiah's here, I guess it's finally time. I swear that I hear every prayer that you say. I was there every day,
Chat, what the hell? Really? They got a pillar at the Vatican. Pope Pablo, where you at?
You either fight or run. Life a game, I feel like I won. Hey, yo, we got it going on. I bring my niggas together, we transform and become the Voltron. We hit it right, all our wrong. Hey yo, we got it going on. Yeah. Went through the fire, but it lit up my fuse. I'm blowing up like a bomb. Introduce you to God.
From the quantum shadows, a traveler emerges. Fly Sinet, the multi-dimensional hacker, living his hero's journey. He joins the Pantheon at AI Masters Workshop, November 1st and 2nd. Hosted by 363 Empire, with Red Pillar and Seven Bomar. Tickets, lock yours in, now.
This is the law of mental command. It is the understanding that you are not a victim of your thoughts, but a commander of them.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, guys and goddesses, mores and mo bites. Welcome to another episode of Melanin Mondays. You are now rocking with the best. Yes. All right. Let me know how we doing on the
to this day. To this
Let me know
day.
how you doing on the audio. All right. Oh man. Oh man. Lord have mercy. Lord God, Lord, and all of that other stuff. As we come to the wind down of this year, I can't wait till this shit is over with. I cannot wait till it's over. I'm ready for 2025 to pack their ass up and keep it schmoving. You dig? Keep it moving, please. With that being said, greetings to everybody in the building. Let's go right into it. Let's do the roll call. I see that we have more than 100 people in the building. Imaginarium, no, it has not started. It will be starting in January. We are going to make the grand announcement for that. Yeah, let's do it. All right, we got Charleston in the building. All right, we got Charleston in the building. We got Phoenix, Seattle, LAX. We got South Carolina. We got Cali in the building. Queens is in the building. What's good with y'all? All right. Thailand, the Flyland. Talk black to me. Tempe, Arizona, Massachusetts, Philly, DMV, Texas in the building. Gainesville, Georgia's in the building. And I'm talking about Hawaii. Hey, yes, we got Florida, we got Ireland, New Orleans, Louisiana, and Seattle. Shout out to the Seattle family. Tucson in the building. All right. I see Lansing, Michigan. We got Memphis. We got Houston. We got Oakland. We got Charlotte. We got Texas. Man, shout out to everybody. Florida, Denver, ATL. Woo, frozen because it's cold in Minnesota. Yo, why did I go down in the Somali, Minnesota rabbit hole today? Tell me why I went down the Somalian rabbit hole, man. Lord have mercy. Man, oh man, oh man. Man, my eyes been opened up. Y'all over there, y'all was getting away with a lot of murder out there. Y'all got the Patriots, y'all got the goddamn whites, y'all got TPS, you got Turning Point USA, and the rest of the mag is on y'all tail, boy. ICE is gonna have that shit in a headlock in a minute. Childless daycare centers, that's what we doing now. You know how expensive daycare is in this bitch? Childless daycare centers. Y'all was running up bags, huh? Okay. All right now. Somaliland. What did I find? They respectfully, they're doing the system. They're doing what the Hasidics have been doing. They're doing what a lot of people have been doing, and that's they learned the system and they playing that shit. Yeah, that's what they're doing. They over there running up a lot of bags and whatnot. No, I didn't notice that they was dressed up as twins. I saw Netanyahu. I didn't see Trump. I saw Netanyahu waiting for him in the room. I gotta go and pull that up. Florida feels like summer in the winter. Okay. I know it's Brick City in Atlanta. Somaliland. Look, we go right to it.
Official recognition of Somaliland and its right of self-determination.
Look at Somaliland. Look at what's going on with the Somaliland.
Mr. President,
Mr. Prime Minister,
it's good to talk to you. And before anything else, I want you to know that I'm signing now, as we speak, Israel's official recognition of Somaliland and its right of self-determination. Our friendship is seminal and historic. I'm very, very happy and I'm very proud of this day, and I want to wish you and the people of Somaliland.
So just to give people a little bit of update, right? Just to get people on board. Somaliland is not Somalia, right? They were dying to be recognized for a very long time. They just didn't start Somaliland. They've been doing Somaliland. As we do know, the Somalis identify, right? Do they identify more with Arab or do they identify more with the African? I'm just asking the audience. I don't want to. This will be a collaborative lesson tonight. We're gonna be shooting off the backboard. I'll be throwing some alley-oops. Y'all could throw me a little something. You know what I'm talking about? We gonna get into today's Africa. We going to Africa today, ladies and gentlemen. Today or tonight, get your passports and everything. We going Air Africa. I should have had my Air Africa hoodie on. You know what I'm talking about? I should have had my Air Africa hoodie on. We going to Africa today. We going to Nigeria, and we started in Somaliland, but we going to Nigeria. We got to talk about Nigeria today. This is the African edition and whatnot. So yeah, they Arabs. They are tan Arabs and whatnot, and they don't fuck with us. Shout out to Top 5. You know what I'm talking about? Shout out to my Wallahis and everything. But you know, y'all don't fuck with us. Y'all know y'all don't fuck. And y'all women, y'all, you know, you could tell when you could tell what be happening when the women don't be going. You know what I'm talking about? When the women don't go, when the women don't be going, yeah, we know that we know y'all really don't fuck with us. Cause you know, that's just a sign. Y'all really must be in the crib talking crazy about us because the women not even going. They going for the white boys, though. Let's be clear. Respectfully, the Ethiopians and the Somalians, they will go for the brads. They'll go for the brads, you know what I'm saying, before they go for the Rahims and talk about. And I think that there's a lot of backlash from within the family line because if you let an outsider crack, they like family. What the fuck is that all about? Because they want to keep that phenotypical, you know, I'm talking like case in point. This is a perfect example as to when I speak to my brothers and sisters and we talk about the differences between the African nations and the nations in America. The Somalians, they identify by phenotype. So do the Ethiopians. And what does the phenotype, what is the phenotype, quote unquote, what does that indicate to them? That you are still pure blood. They're saying in the chat that they're inbred like crazy and whatnot. You know, that's crazy, right? Wow. The Hasidics are as well. You know what I'm saying? they on that bloodline shit. You know what I mean? They want to keep certain things within the bloodline. But then I'm like, so why y'all be with white dudes? That's crazy. I thought that was. Is that an exception? Is that do they get a pass? You know what I'm saying? Because they work with phenotype. Like if you don't got the phenotype, then you're not one of them. So that goes into how some of these nations and these tribes work. The shit tribal. You can't be mad at that. You can't necessarily be mad at that where they have strict rules that says no diluting of the bloodline by outside nations. We keeping this shit within the motherfucking ranks. You know what I'm saying? So they women obviously feel some type of way about letting outsiders crack. You know, of course they're gonna get swept up and married. That's gonna happen naturally. But we're talking about that's not something that's nationwide with them. That's not that's not something that they do. You know what I mean? Like that's not what they do. People go to Africa, and I'm just saying, you know what it is. We grown, right? People go to Africa and they go and look for their women in certain nations. They like, yo, the Kenya. I've been hearing a lot about Kenya. You know what I mean? Nigeria, they do a lot of cracking in Nigeria because they HIV shit is out the window. They obviously are doing a lot of smacking of bellies and whatnot, and they don't care who they do it with. But the Somalians, they're very close. They don't. They said they don't like us. I don't know. I don't know too many Somalians and whatnot. And y'all, if y'all live close to them, if you know of them, and you're familiar with them, you could say it in the chat. I'm not too familiar with the Somalians. In New York City, we are tapped in with the Senegalese from West Africa. We're more so tapped in with the Nigerians. I'm gonna talk about the Nigerians. You dig? That's who we know about. I'm familiar with Liberians. Shout out to my homie Putu. I met some Liberian artists and whatnot. The Liberian story as a nation is wild, interesting. The Liberian story is very, very interesting, especially leading up to their civil war, and then especially when it comes to the musical scene that they got. They got a hip hop musical scene, and the stories are interesting, and the artists are nice too. I heard a few of them. John Henry Clark said that we have no friends. So yeah, what I do know is under Trump, underneath this Trump thing, underneath this Trump administration, you know, they can't stand Tim Walz as the governor. They cannot stand Minnesota. They can't stand the blue states like that. Yeah, they're gonna be sending them ICE. There's gonna be Iceman inheritance over there in a minute. They already have right-wing podcasters shifting, right? Because they need stories. They need distractions because goddamn it, boys are us. Boys are us. Those Epstein files is looking like nasty work. Boys are us. You know, they're running from Boys are Us. They're running from Jeffrey, you know what I mean? Jeffrey's Island and whatnot. Weekend at Jeffrey's. They're running from that. They're also running from a bunch of other shit, all type of fucking scandals breaking out. So the Somali thing came at the right time, right? And to make matters worse, you got Somalia, right, who Trump is hating on, but then you got Somaliland where they are hand in hand, locked in, elbow to elbow, right? They on code, they on timing, and they down with Is It Real? Yeah, that's gonna and Is It Real is going to send Palestinians, right, that they displace to Somaliland. That's part of the deal. Okay. Somaliland agreed to house the Palestinians the same way that El Salvador agreed to house Americans who saw the CCOT 60-minute special about the El Salvador mega prison where they are torturing people. And I said it before, they sending niggas over there during the Trump administration. Make no mistake about it, especially with the presence that they have in South America and in the Caribbean right now with their warships and their quote unquote provocation against Venezuela. They are going to be sending niggas, draft dodgers, and a bunch of other people to those jails. That 60-minute piece, that's propaganda. That's propaganda. Look at this latecomer right here with the all caps. If you don't pipe it the fuck down and shut the, you know what I mean? Come on, it's Monday. Don't come in here with that stupid shit. We've been talking, that's what we started this show talking about. I mean, you coming in here with the all caps like you screaming at somebody. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Have a cigarette or something. You type like you smoke cigarettes. You're not a vegan typing like this. You know what I'm talking about? This is too aggressive for a Monday. Come on, calm down. And then they be the ones talking about the evil Somali, but y'all be evil too, though. Relax. You know what I'm talking about? You're not about to come in here. This is the last day. This is the countdown to 2026. If you don't have a fucking seat, my nigga, and relax, you're not coming in here with that. We're not doing that. You know what I'm talking about? Let me work. I'm working these Somalians right now. You come in here with that stupid shit. Relax. Where's Copper Moon? We'll treat this shit like the club. Where's Copper Moon at? Huh. We packing everybody up. You act up, you get packed up. You know what I'm talking about? We treating this shit like Club Live on a Sunday. You get 86th. Anyway, so Somaliland. Let's go to the tape. Let's go back to the
923,768 square kilometers. In fact, it is so big that countries like Ghana, Belgium, and Netherlands can all fit in it. However, Nigeria's most diverse feature is its people, with over 230 million Nigerians, making them
the very, very best there. I think this will be a great opportunity for expanding our partnership. We intend to work together with you on economic fields, on agriculture, in the fields of social development, all the things that we hope we can assist you, and we obviously believe in this friendship, And I have to tell you that there's a lot of excitement here in Israel as well. So, I want to use this opportunity, sir, to invite you to an official visit to Israel at your convenience. And I hope very much to see you here soon. This is a wonderful day. It's a historic day. And of course, I'll communicate to President Trump your willingness and desire to join the Abraham Accords. Thank you, Mr. President. Please convey my best regards and the best regards of the people of Israel to the independent people of Somaliland. Thank you, sir.
That's a great moment and great historical day. The Big Five is here. The other group is the chairman of the party and the vice president and key officials are here. Mr. Prime Minister, I accepted the invitation and I am ready as soon as possible for that arrangement that can be made.
We shall arrange it very soon, and please.
Just think about this, and I'm not being facetious in this, right? How many years do y'all think it's gonna take for the nations in Africa with these leaders that are like part of the boomer generation, or they just part of the generation that look at pale folks like they superior, right? How many leaders, how many elections, how long do y'all think it's gonna take for the continent, right? Because we can't, I'm talking about the continent because that's where they have black leaders at. You know what I'm saying? I can't talk about America right now because it's just politicians. It's not really like, you know what I mean? How long? I'm in my mind, I'm like, something needs to happen like within the next 5 years that every single leader in Africa has to be either on the same code or I don't know. I don't know. What I do know, I can't say it on YouTube, because niggas are getting their feelings. But Africa needs a unified mind, right? If there's any place that needs a one world order, if there's any place that needs a new world order, and I ain't talking about the new world order that they taught you about, I'm just talking about a new order. It's Africa. Stakes are so high right now that like I said it before and I'll say it again, that is the central focus of all of these conflicts, all of these geopolitical moves and whatnot, even with the whole move with Taiwan and China and everything. That shit still points to Africa. Africa plays a very prominent role. I've never heard Nigeria in the news so much than I have in the last few days. Like Nigeria, which is the heart of the continent, right? They say you hit Nigeria, right? If Nigeria sneezes, the continent catches a cold. Huh? Let's do a little deep dive on Nigeria. I don't want to assume that everybody knows what Nigeria is. I don't want to assume that everybody knows everything about Nigeria. We may know the propaganda surrounding the Nigeria. So let's go ahead and let's do a little history lesson and let's familiarize ourselves with Nigeria. Okay, check it out. You get off the stage with your Somaliland weird looking soap.
Nigeria is a really massive country, but people don't know how large it really is. Nigeria is located on the western coast of Africa with a landmass of 923,768 square kilometers. In fact, it is so big that countries like Ghana, Belgium, and Netherlands can all fit in it. However, Nigeria's most diverse feature is its people, with over 230 million Nigerians, making them the most populated country in Africa, ranking 6th in the world population. Nigeria has 36 states, with Lagos being the most populated with over 15 million residents, an estimate of 250 ethnic groups, and there are over 525 native languages spoken in Nigeria. Nigeria is a patchwork of distinct.
So you see the same thing when you do the research on Mexico, right? You see the same thing. It's a conglomerate of different nations. It's not one. It's a hodgepodge with a fake name that they smack on it. It's a hodgepodge of mad different nations, mad different traditions, mad different tribes, right? And they just label that shit Nigeria.
Regions, including deserts, plains, swamps, mountains, and steamy jungles. It has one of the largest river systems in the world, including the Niger Delta, the third largest delta on Earth. Many years ago, Nigeria's savannas teemed with giraffes, elephants, lions, cheetahs, and large herds of antelope. Today, most of these animals have been killed by hunters, or their habitats have been destroyed.
Right, sold out the motherfucking the right, sold out the livestock to the hunters, sold out the game, let all of these white folk, you know what I mean, like let's keep it going. But not everybody. So check this out. This is how some people on the land feel about Nigeria, based off of what we said, that that's not even, Nigeria is not even a real name of the spot.
No Nigerians, we have Ijaw people, we have Efik people, we have Yorubas, we have Hausas, we are different nationalities. So we cannot make a constitution for ourselves, for non-existent people. There is nobody called Nigerian. We are different nations that were brought together, tinkered together by the British colonialists. We want Nigeria to disintegrate. Nigeria is a false creation. It's not natural. It should disintegrate naturally, like Yugoslavia, Czechoslovakia, and the former Soviet Republic.
I found his words ominous. When the eastern state of Biafra tried to break away 35 years ago, it led to civil war. 1 million people died.
1 million. 1 million. All right. So let's continue to go down the rabbit hole, the Nigerian rabbit hole.
Nigeria has recorded more births than the whole of Europe combined. The whole of Europe, 6.3 million births. Nigeria alone, 9.22 million births. Why am I making this video? Well, calm down. Let me explain. Population is either a blessing or a curse to a nation. Your population is a blessing if your people are educated, healthy, and productive. That is why they will start to use their youthful energy to produce things, to develop things around the country, and your economy will be booming. Take, for example, China. But if the population is uneducated, hungry, not healthy, and broke, you will have all forms of insecurity and unrest in your country. Sound familiar? Take, for example, Israel as a country. Israel has 10 million people as of 2024. 10 million. So in just 1 year, Nigeria, the number of people born in Nigeria is more than the whole of population of Israel. Now see the GDP of Israel, $610 billion. Nigeria, 285 billion. With 200 million people, this is just 10 million people. See their GDP per capita, 60,000. See.
So theoretically speaking, right, in the eyes of Bill Gates, there's too many fucking Nigerians on the planet right now. All they doing is having kids, and these children are in poverty, right? Look at the numbers. They're like, these are useless eaters and whatnot. We got to figure out something to do with all of these bodies.
Nigeria, 1,200. You see, it's not by population size, but by the quality of your population. Everyone is calling Nigeria the next superpower, and that Nigeria will be doing well by 2050. That is because of the anticipated population growth. But if that population is not educated, healthy, and productive, the insecurity we are seeing now will be child's play by that time. This is one of the reasons why I'm bullish on Nigeria and Nigerians in diaspora around the world. It means that your Nigerian market can always sell, whether it's here or abroad. That is why people go to Lagos State, because anything you put in Lagos State will sell. Population is plenty. But the most important thing why I'm making this video is to our policymakers.
So it was said that Anthony Joshua, right, who is a multi-millionaire, right, who is a global star, right, who is a world boxing champion, he got into a car crash today in Nigeria, conspicuously enough in Ogun State, right? He got in a car crash. You know, Ogun is iron, it is metal, right? Ogun. So a warrior, a world champion, a warrior, right, was in Ogun State, okay? And he had a head-on collision, right? 2 people in the car, his trainer and his best friend. Let's talk about what's that going to do to you mentally, right? What's that going to do to you emotionally, right? Your trainer is gone and your best friend is gone, right? In Nigeria, right? Of all places. I mean, you take your friends abroad, because Anthony Joshua, I believe he's from Nigeria, but those other 2 were not. So they were traveling under his protection, right? Into his homeland, right? So two, you know, people are saying, oh, he might not have followed the script with Jake Paul. And nah, it's deeper than that. Once again, that's limited thinking. If anybody were to do anything to him in Ogun land, my niggas, it would be Ogun. They're not going to do a hit on you in Nigeria from America, or wherever the fuck y'all trying to give people credit. I don't think that's how that works. But what I do think works is, you know, sometimes if you have a bill to pay, or if somebody do some type of work for you and you got to go back to Africa to kind of like re-up or pay the piper, yeah, hit a parked truck. You know, a big ass truck at that. And the car got flattened. It didn't look like it would be any survivors. It took the whole front of the car, completely totaled it. I'm understanding that Anthony was in a back seat, and that's the only reason that he's with us right now. It sounds very suspect to me. There's no coincidences in the world. I believe this is during Dirty December. But the thing is shredded. Yeah, it shredded their car into pieces. And if you know anything about shredded metal, oh my goodness, you know, you could get sliced and diced like a goddamn boar's head, piece of turkey. It was said, though, that they didn't have ambulance come to the scene. They were not able to airlift. This is in Nigeria. They were not able to, they don't have the type of infrastructure, right, that they should be having in 2025. Not Nigeria, not the heart of Africa, not the biggest economy in Africa, not an oil state. You niggas don't have ambulance. They got to put you in a car and take you places. Like, what the fuck is going on? You know? So I just got questions. I can't go. I mean, I'm not gonna talk about where I can't go. I ain't gonna say that. Let me not say that. Right? What I will say is that the level of corruption and sheer because you can't blame nobody but the politicians. This is all done, you know what I mean? But it's like, I'm assuming that South Africa has some type of infrastructure. Is that true? I'm assuming that South Africa could get you airlift if a world star, if a world champion gets into an accident. I'm assuming in South Africa he could get airlifted, correct? He or she, for that matter. Yes, the giant of Africa, the giant of Africa. So I'm just looking at it from the outside in. I'm just looking at it from the outside in. I might have my numbers wrong. I might got it I might have it twisted. I'm looking at it from the outside looking in. And from the outside looking in, I'm like, okay. You know? Jake Paul is definitely involved in the sports book market, right? But we giving the white boy way too much credit. Way too much credit. You know? So yes, I did hear that that Nigeria is very populated. That's why I'm playing these videos. I want to know more. I'm literally asking questions. I'm not being facetious. If there's anybody right now eating some jollof rice watching this, family, I'm just asking questions. I'm learning about your spot from the outside looking in, because it's about that time that we learn about Nigeria, because they're going to feature very heavily in the news coming up in 2026. All eyes on Africa, y'all. All eyes on Africa. But let's go ahead and let's get more into it. You said Jake Paul and them do witchcraft. They might do. But are you going to tell me that Jake Paul and them witchcraft? You give, once again, y'all watch way too much wrestling and Disney. I would never in my life, I wouldn't even have the audacity to give Jake Paul more credit over he was in Ogun State in Nigeria in Africa, right? So y'all gonna just violate, y'all gonna pass Africa, y'all gonna pass Nigeria, then y'all gonna pass Ogun State and say that the niggas out here. Come on, fam. Yeah, I show speeders in Africa right now too. And I'm talking about I show speeders out there too, right? They're going to feature very, very heavily in the next few years. I promise you, they're going to stay in the news. They're going to stay in the news. Trust me. Let's go and do a little bit of research on the Mandem.
It's money, right? Nigeria is an incredibly... In Nigeria, right, you chase money, right? Nigeria is an incredibly materialistic society. Mm-hmm. Incredibly materialistic society. In Nigeria, if you don't have money, you are nothing.
Yeah.
You're literally nothing.
And people treat you like that.
People treat you like nothing.
Or even when it comes to like where like the family that you come from, right? Like it's like
your name.
Yeah, your name. Right. But that name is usually attached to money.
Yes. People talk about, the spirit of Mammon in the West. The spirit of Mammon has the headquarters.
It's Nigeria.
And has a second house in America. And a third house in Europe. But Nigeria is as materialistic, if not more materialistic than America. And I'll tell you why I say that. In Nigeria, if you don't have money, you are nothing. Like you are nothing. You have no rights. You are less than. In America, maybe you don't have money, but you're a human being and you'll be treated accordingly.
Yeah.
So it's an existential threat to not have there.
Yeah.
As opposed to here.
So the man just said, right? I'm assuming that he's Nigerian, and he said that the Nigerians are very materialistic. Let's go back and hear that again, right?
Right. You chase money, right? Nigeria is an incredibly materialistic society. Incredibly materialistic society. In Nigeria, if you don't have money, you are nothing.
Yeah.
you're literally nothing.
And people treat you like that.
People treat you like nothing.
Or even when it comes to like where like the family that you come from, right? Like it's like
your name.
Is that true? Because I remember I had a Nigerian. I remember Polite was praying the money, and he from the Igbo tribe. You know what I'm talking about? And then I had a Nigerian girl. She told me, she was like, "Yo, pray to the money," and I was like, "What you mean?" She was like, "Cut everybody off and everything off and pray to the money." I'm like, "Bitch, I'm not praying to no fucking money. Like, what are you talking about?" I'm not praying to no money. I'm good. You know what I mean? And I didn't pray to the money, you know, but that's what she told me to do. So what's going on? I mean, I know that Americans is wild, materialistic. This is not a, you know what I'm saying? What's going on? Where's the Nigerians at? Talk up. What's happening? Is that the truth? Is that what we doing? Is it all? Is it? Are y'all super materialistic? Are y'all the ones with all of the designer? Are y'all the ones? Are y'all the ones keeping Gucci alive? Is it y'all? Who's keeping Gucci and Louis alive? Is it the Nigerians? Because that's what he said. I'm just echoing his sentiments and whatnot. You know what I'm talking about? Let's hear more from him.
Yeah, your name. Right. But that name is usually attached to money.
Yes. You know, people talk about, you know, the spirit of Mammon in the West. The spirit of Mammon has the headquarters.
Nigeria.
And has a second house in America. And a third house in Europe. But Nigeria is as materialistic, if not more materialistic than America. And
bro, did you hear what this man just said? Did you hear what this man just said? He making some bold ass claims. But when you think about it, right? Nigeria, even though it's a new country name wise, you know, I'm assuming that they've been getting to what they've been getting to even before that. Okay. And of course, that's where the Yahoo come from. That's where the scammers, they call it the Yahoo. They call the scammers Yahoo. Even before yahoo.com, I think.
Tell you why I say that. In Nigeria, if you don't have money, you are nothing. Like, you are nothing. You have no.
Ain't we African Americans? I mean, when they do the blood, even though we know that DNA shit is a farce, even though we know that DNA shit is literally a fugazi and whatnot, you know, the results is Benin, Nigeria, and Ghana for a lot of niggas in the home states. You know what I mean? Somebody got to be from there. I know everybody ain't gonna be. I know everybody's not gonna be for. So Jeremy says, "Shut up, talk about Nigerian scammers. White people scam the world all damn day. You self-hating racist." Yeah. I mean, we're just gonna single out scammers regardless of the motherfucking color or where they calling from. A scammer's a scammer. If you take my money from me, it's on site. I don't care if you blue, black, purple, red, green. You know what I'm talking about? Like a scammer is a scammer. You know what I'm talking about? But check this out. Let's go to another video. This is interesting though, because I never heard it said like that. He put the Nigerians above America and the UK. He's like, they're learning from them. They got the thirst from them. These motherfuckers are super uber materialistic
than America. And I'll tell you why I say that. In Nigeria, if you don't have money, you are nothing. Like, you are nothing. You have no rights. You are less than.
So from my perspective, are you telling me that? I mean, you could say the same thing in America, right? If you don't have money, they're gonna look down on you. If you don't got bread, even if you're from the hood, you know what I'm saying? Right. So I'm guessing if you live in a shanty town out there, you still gotta have bread. If you live in one of those huts, you still gotta have bread. If you live in a spot that got the roof like the Maybach got the roof, you gotta have bread to be somebody. Is that how they doing it out there? Or do they just respect the grind and whatnot? I don't know. I ain't been there.
In America, you can, maybe you don't have money, but you're a human being and you'll be treated accordingly.
Yeah.
So it's an existential threat to not have there.
Yeah.
As opposed to here.
Things begin to make sense. So if the rumors was true that they was really selling niggas for materialism, like they was selling niggas for like mirrors and shit, right? Like for like cotton swabs, or I think they said balls. I think they was giving them balls, mirrors and balls, right? They was selling niggas for liquor and mirrors. The Africans got to see themselves and was, oh shit, I want that. Start selling niggas.
Nigeria, but that wasn't the land's original name. So who named it? It was a British woman, Flora Shaw, a colonial writer. She called it the Niger area, then shortened it to Nigeria, a name that erased 1,000 identities: Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, Fulani, Kanuri, all replaced with a single word. But this land had kingdoms, empires, languages older than English, trade routes that touched the world. So maybe the real question isn't what Nigeria is, but what it was.
You feel me? When we talk about Nigeria, you know, we also identify them being as some of the ancient dynasties and whatnot. They was running up in Spain, giving them pain and whatnot. But yeah, this new form of Nigeria, this is a new creation. Like the brother said in the video, it's a hodgepodge. It got put all together, and the British, they behind that shit. Let's see it one more again.
Nigeria, but that wasn't the land's original name. So who named it? It was a British woman, Flora Shaw, a
Go and look up Flora Shaw. Go and look up Flora Shaw. Okay. She came up with the name, you know. All the Uber drivers in San Diego dressed in Gucci. Yeah. They learn from the best. Yeah, Jeremy, you're gonna have to. I'll see you on Thursday, bro. You gotta go. They learn from the best. You know what I mean? They learn from the culture. The culture told them what to wear. They watched 106 in Park. They watched MTV and all of that. The culture told them what to wear. So I think that they, you know what I mean? They follow suit.
Colonial writer. She called it the Niger area, then shortened it to Nigeria, a name that erased 1,000 identities: Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, Fulani, Kanuri, all replaced with a single word. But this land had...
So the same way that we became Negroes, the same way that we became colored, the same way that we became African American, the same way that we become black, right? And they erase all the tribes to the point where dudes is out here super lost, don't know what tribe they came from, identifying with tribes that may not even be their tribes, literally tribe hopping. You know what I mean? One day I'm Wichita. Then you see them another day. Damn, why your feathers another color? Oh, I'm Choctaw. Then you see them at Top Cat event. You know what I'm talking about? They wearing a whole cowboy hat now. Now I'm a Buffalo Soldier. If you niggas don't have a seat, bro. But yeah, you know, they did the same thing over here and hit us with the blanket. So Nigeria is like a blanket statement. You know what I'm talking about? It's not the real, it's not real. It's a nomenclature. You know? It's a nomenclature. But let us continue.
Listen to this. Nigeria is a giant of Africa. You have the largest population. The people are also very, 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 very industrious. What makes them a giant is the role they play to the other African countries. Nigeria has harbored a lot of Africans. I'm a Ghanaian. In 1981, when J.J. Rawlings came into power, by that misrule, a lot of Ghanaians had to leave the country. They had nowhere to go. It's Nigeria they came. When it comes to industry, when Nigeria...
Oh no. My bad.
West Africa shivers. But I don't agree that the Nigerian leaders are bad. Nigeria sneezes, West Africa shivers.
When Nigeria sneezes, West Africa shivers, right? So
Nigeria they came.
With Trump throwing a rocket at them, with Trump bombing them with drones and whatnot on Christmas Day, right? These religious ass Africans, with Trump bombing that shit on Christmas Day, right? He didn't even bomb the terrorists. He bombed the village in Nigeria where they do magic, right? So with Trump bombing them and everything, Nigeria, that's a ripple effect across the continent. You know what I'm talking about? When they hit Nigerians, they hit the rest of the continent vicariously. But let's continue.
When it comes to industry, when Nigeria sneezes, West Africa shivers. But I don't agree that the Nigerian leaders are bad. When you ask a Nigerian, what's your problem? You say, our leader. How many Nigeria here will knock somebody in the night with a car and we say, I've knocked somebody? How many of them will reach a traffic light? It's red. And they will wait for it to be green. You don't want to obey law. You lost your humanity. You're looking for a leader. It is Nigerians that will build Nigeria, not the leaders. If footballers are choosing a leader, a captain, the captain must be a footballer. So if the team is good, the captain will perform. But Nigerians believe that go and vote and choose leaders and blame them. That's not how to build a country.
Nigeria, in my humble opinion, because of the situation in the Sahel, they're going to have to come up against Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali. Somebody it's going to come to a head. I see it. I could see it. You know what I mean? The Nigerian government, through the crooked leadership, is going to allow either Is It Real or the USA to play them on this chessboard the same way that Nicki Minaj let them damn white folks play with her. You know what I mean? They're going to allow them to play with them because ultimately everything about Africa right now centers around the Sahel region and Ibrahim Traore and the revolution is spreading all throughout the continent, kicking out the French, kicking out America, lining up with Russia, right? Lining up with Russia, lining up with the Wagner Group. Okay? You said, Red, don't do Ghana like that. What you mean? What did I do? What am I doing to Ghana? You know? But the center, once again, it's all, yeah, he's a Muslim. Right. This whole Sahel is dealing with Muslim regions and whatnot. So when we talk about Ibrahim and the Muslims, let's speak about what type of Muslims. You understand? Let's talk about what type of Muslims is protecting him, because he's not being protected by weapons only. The same way that Maduro in Venezuela is not being protected by weapons only. The same way that Castro in Cuba is not being protected by weapons only. Let's talk about it. These people are being protected the same way the dude in Iran, the Ayatollah and whatnot, he's not being protected by not having Wi-Fi in his house and just with weapons only. They have spiritual, quote unquote, protection of the highest order, right? Make no mistake about it, right? Make no mistake about it that the Crusaders, J.D. Vance, Stephen Miller, Pete Hegseth, right? Miriam Adelson out of Tel Aviv, Benjamin Netanyahu and all of them, make no mistake that they are definitely in their crusader bag right now. They are leading a crusades, and those crusades are dealing with melanated, quote unquote, colonies or nations where the magic is strong. That's who they're going to war against. That's who they're encroaching upon, And that's what they're trying to, quote unquote, disrupt. The Magi's, the quote unquote stronghold of the magic on this planet, the rise of the spiritual movements, the real ones, you know, not that Madame Blavatsky shit, not all of that fake ass new age shit that y'all was on when y'all was just following Golden Dawn and Crowley and all of that dumbass shit. No, they're in South America and in the Caribbean, in the waters, in the warships, sending out drones, spying on niggas, trying to disrupt the shit that's going on in the Amazon, in them jungles, on that land where people are waking the fuck up. Then they're sending rockets into Nigeria, into places where no conflict is happening. The only thing that's happening is them people is tapped into their ancestral quote unquote intelligence, right? Then Vladimir Putin, right, who's also in Africa, and he's coming up against some type of things. He just declared war on dark magic. You didn't see that article? Let me pull it up, right? So the Crusaders are crusading, and because people are, you know, it's so taboo, it's like you can't really, you know what I mean? Only a few people are claiming these magical systems, right? Outwardly, right? They're not blatantly, brazenly saying, yeah, I'm on that shit. That's what I'm on. I'm on the dark side. Nah, they're not doing that. They're not doing that. But here we go. Real quick, because remember, they up against the Ukraine, right? The majority of the people in Is It Real are Ukrainian, okay? So they're really fighting Is It Real, or they're fighting the Is It Real, they're fighting the Zionists in their homeland. Russian media accuses Ukraine of using black magic as invasion falters, right? So they are saying that they're using black magic in the war, right? Okay. So this was all the way in 2022 that they made this claim. This is all the way back then that they was making these claims and whatnot, right? So then you had a story break out just the other day with my boy Vladimir. He was like, yeah, we going up against sorcery. We going up against Satanism. We going up against all of these quote unquote things, spiritual warfare. And then he said that his war on dark magic was basically a war on America, right? So he said that America is so corrupt, and this is where the quote unquote, this is where all of the occult is coming from. Okay. He is also into the occult. All right. He is also into the occult. So please don't let that go over your head. Right. He's an Orthodox Christian, but he's definitely at war. And keep in mind, when Russia was going up against Germany, that's the same thing that they were saying. They was like, yo, we going up against the occult, because that was Hitler and them niggas. So here you go. Vladimir Putin said Russia is at war against Satanism, the occult, and sorcery. He claims these forces are meant to confuse people, lead them into darkness, and ultimately destroy the human psyche and morale. We need to fight against it, but do so carefully. This was December 19th, 2025 and whatnot, right? You won't find no stories in America. They literally scrubbed a lot of the sites because he was going in. He was describing shit, right? But yeah, they're going up against the Babylonian magic. They're going up against the Sabians, the Frankists and everything. They're going up against the Kabbalists. They're going up against the warlocks. They're going up against the spirit cookers. They're going up against the adrenochrome collectors. You know, the shit that was going on Epstein's Island, that will be considered sorcery. That would be considered black magic. That would be considered quote unquote rituals. They were ritualistically I would say sacrificing. I would also say they were ritualistically violating. Okay, they were transgressing on Epstein's Island. Look out for the next episode coming up. Boys Are Us. Boys Are Us. Okay, Boys Are Us. That's coming up very soon. That's about your boy Jeffrey. Remember Jeffrey? Yeah, we're gonna get into it. That might be the story. I mean, that's not might be. That's the story of the year. That's the story of the year, hands down. The case that keeps on living. You know what I mean? No matter how much they try to bury it, no matter how much they try to hide it, no matter how much they want that shit to go away. In 2025, the Epstein case was alive. It revealed more this year than it had any other year in terms of his vast connections to his vast network, his rat line, right? The vast, this nigga was homies with like Epstein started Bitcoin. I don't want to get off a topic and start veering off and everything, but Epstein is behind Bitcoin, man. What the fuck?
Coin. The beta test coin. Which is all it was. Emails came out where Epstein was talking about how he was linking with Satoshi. He named all the powerful people. Boom, 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 boom. And at the bottom it says Satoshi.
So he linking up with niggas. He linking up with niggas in Harvard. Like this nigga's he's the white P. Diddy. He's linking up with Harvard niggas. He's linking up with a sultan in Dubai. He's linking up with a Boris. He's linking up with the noble chairman of the Council of Europe. Like, we're not talking about no regular degular. We talking about the highest echelons of the rat line, the upper echelons, the hierarchy of what they call satanic power. Okay? Because I won't call it ain't regular power, because it ain't our power. It's some other shit. It's the people who been selling people. The people who were selling people, the people that were aura farming, organs harvesting, energy harvest. They've been doing that for a few hundred years now. This is a lineage. You know what I'm talking about? This is lineage work.
Satoshi. He named all the powerful people. Boom, 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 boom. And at the bottom it says Satoshi. And it says parenthesis Bitcoin. And basically by him saying that is pretty much that in my eyes is singular verbiage. He's talking about a particular person. And in the emails it talked about how Epstein funded the core developers, the foundation. He was donating money to that. And basically what that money would do is pay salary for the core developers so they wouldn't have to get work to pay their bills because they're just normal people like us, everyone. So when the person that's paying your bills comes to you and knocks on your door and tells you, hey, I need something to be changed. I need you to put a new fork in. I need you guys to change this and make this a bit different. Because Bitcoin was originally created for person-to-person transaction. And what that hurts is the global banking system. In the last meeting, before the last email Satoshi ever wrote, he was talking about how there was a meeting going to go down at the CIA office, headquarters. And they were going to do a presentation on Bitcoin. And he know what was about to go down, I'm pretty sure, who was getting tied into all this. And vanished after that. We never heard from him again. On April 25th, 2015, he said Joichi Ito, he ended up stepping down from the foundation, said FYI, used gift funds to underwrite this, which allowed us to move quickly and win this round. Thanks. And what that basically means by win this round is they most likely had a vote on which way the next fork would go and which way they're going to tailor the technology of Bitcoin. I guarantee this is how he was using Bitcoin for his dirty money. And if he was where Epstein was talking about how he was FYI used gift.
I want to be very clear, and we said this before, and I just want to verify it because people are not of the we collectively we don't realize Bitcoin in its earliest inception was used for very nefarious reasons. That's why I said before that the wealth class that got created from Bitcoin was almost like the wealth class that got created from prohibition, right? It was a unique wealth class because this wealth class were considered to be undesirables, right? So prohibition, and then later Vegas through the gambling and everything, they show you that in casino with Ginger, right? The whole thing with that, right, was that was a new wealth class that was coming out of those places. Those were guineas and whatnot, and what they called Jews back then, but those were undesirables. Those were the dregs of society. So they basically snuck into highbrow society by having new money, right? The Jews of Hollywood, the 5 families that built up Hollywood in its earliest inceptions and whatnot, they were not a part of the club before that. They were not considered to be a part of highbrow. They got in highbrow society, but they had dirty money. You feel me? They had dirty money. That casino shit, dirty money. The early Bitcoin, dirty money. So when 2017 hit and Bitcoin hit, like, what did it hit? What did it hit? That everybody was like cashing out. I think it hit 70 bands. Was that in 2017? But it created a new wealth class amongst what they would deem undesirables. Because back in the days, if you had to buy weight, if you had to buy trees, pounds of weed, pills, powder, anything from the dark web, they was like you had to use Bitcoin. It was 19K. So you got people that's sitting on thousands of Bitcoins because in order to do any, like let's say that the scammers wanted to get numbers, you know how everybody blew up and started having cards and everything. That's Silk Road and whatnot. You had to buy, if you wanted to get the numbers, you had to pay them in Bitcoin. Yeah, Silk Road transactions. Okay. Niggas was in the upside down world. Okay. Anything that you had to do on the quote unquote dark web, which is, Silk Road and all of the other derivatives that come out of it, they had you using crypto. Yeah, he pardoned. Yeah, the dude got life. I saw the movie and everything. The dude got life, and Trump came out and pardoned him. And he's probably working with the administration to either with their crypto rug pulls and everything. I mean, when he pardoned him, they summoned his ass right to Mar-a-Lago, and he's teaching the Trump Baron Trump and all of them a lot of his quote unquote secrets. Right? It's only right. I wanted to speak to this. You said Charlie Kirk was the next heir, but an error happened. I want you to elaborate on that so we can speak to that. So a lot of all of that up and down, ebb and flow, where the banks took over Bitcoin, Wall Street took over Bitcoin. They did not want that shit to skyrocket until they had their hands on it, right? And until they had their paws and their grip into it, because once again, like I said, it was a lot of underworld figures. Like the earlier Bitcoin conventions were trappers. It was like filled with, of course, earlier tech dudes and underworld figures, and they wasn't comfortable with that. They wasn't comfortable sharing the stage with all of that new money that was considered to be dirty money.
Funds to underwrite this, which allowed us to move quickly and win this round. Thanks. And what that basically means by win this round is they most likely had a vote on which way the next fork would go and which way they're going to tailor the technology of Bitcoin. I guarantee this is how he was using Bitcoin for his dirty money. And if he was transacting Bitcoin back in that time period, let's just say he needed $150,000 back in 2015, 2016, and he was only taking Bitcoin. I'm sure you can find Bitcoin's price under $500 in 2015. So the amount of Bitcoin he was getting for his illegal activities back in 2015, what they're equal to now? Tuh.
Yeah, I wanted to just check this out. Let's go back to Nigeria real quick. We're going to go back. We took an Epstein pit stop, but we got to go back to Nigeria and wrap this Nigerian thing up.
Jihad. How many Saudi Arabian princes are riding around Arabia doing jihad, trying to steal land for their people? How many of them are still doing it? They have settled down. They are building nations. Look at Qatar is hosting World Cup. Saudi Arabia is doing amazing things all over the place. In fact, Saudi Arabia owns almost all the tech companies. They have invested their money far and wide, to the extent that their leader can American journalist chop an American journalist to pieces, and America still does business with him. America still welcomes him. America still allows him to do anything he likes in America. That is the power that they have gotten by modernizing their ideology. You people are still here dreaming of jihad. They got there now, African elites. The northern leaders of Nigeria are still here thinking they want to do jihad to southern Nigeria. They got there, they no get sense. They will say Shehu is rude, Shehu na Igbo smoker, Shehu because people are stuck in.
You see what America does? They're gonna cause confusion in that nation, right? All they gotta do is throw a bomb over there. It's going to start causing a lot of confusion amongst the different factions inside of that nation, right? They're going to collapse it from within, right? They're going to collapse it from within. And then they're going to have it to whereas the Nigerians are going to be running to ask America to come into Nigeria. Once America locks in to Nigeria, right? Now they have an outpost right next to Niger, right? Mali and Burkina Faso. So yeah, that's going to be very, very interesting. And once again, Nigeria gets left holding the bag like the sellout of the whole continent, going against the revolution, going against the uprising, going against somebody finally standing up on that goddamn continent and saying, you know what? We need some fucking ambulance. We need some basic amenities and whatnot. We're tired of getting fleeced. We have mineral wealth that can have us looking like 20 Dubais. 20. You could be having flying taxis, flying fucking ambulance. You know what I mean? With all of the wealth that they got pulling up out that bitch on a daily basis. Right? But they got them people literally living the way that they may be living.
You want Arabs to see that you are more Arab than them by killing your brother in the name of jihad, so that they can respect you, that you're Islam, you're own Muslim. So wait, when you prove to them that you have done jihad, don't let people say that you northern elites are lucky enough to carry out your jihad and you.
So how could any growth take place on any of these places if religion is still in a motherfucking way? If it's still about this Christian versus Muslim, like this is a centuries old conflict. It has not gone away. This is nothing new.
Wipe us out and you Islamize Nigeria. Do you think that the Arabs will respect you as Muslims still? Because I know that's your problem. Because when you people go for Hajj, you don't come back and say the truth. Just like when Europeans and the southern Nigerians, when you go to the West, you don't come back and say the truth to your people of what your eye, which your eye they see for there. Now you come back and tell how the racism, the discrimination. But you just come back with your fine clothes. You start building one house with your fine shoe to show your brother, America is good, they enjoy, yes, yeah. But the things your eye they see, you know they talk about. Same thing as you Northerners when you go for your Hajj.
So, and this is no disrespect to any of my brothers from the continent at all, but I've seen the European get away with a lot. I've seen that. I've witnessed it, you know. Eric Prince said Africa needs to be recolonized. I mean, he said the part out loud, you know what I mean? He said the part out loud that all of them feel the same way. America, the USA is in the Congo. They signed a deal with the Congo. I believe they're in Kenya and they're in Nigeria, you know? So we're just paying attention. We're just paying attention, you know? Nigeria is also in the lead of AI, right? They are leading in AI, engineers, scientists, some of the smartest people. So let's not forget that. When we talk about virtual assistants, when we talk about getting engineers on our teams to work with us, when we speak about, you know, because we're speaking about Nigeria, but we're very neutral. We're very neutral. That place, like you heard earlier, placed to 200 plus millions, right? So the best thing that I could see in that situation is that they need us and we need them. Why do they need us? They need us for their quote unquote, I feel that they need us for their re-education. And I'm not talking about an education that you get in these European colleges. I'm not talking about the colonizer education. I'm not talking about an Ivy League school education. I'm speaking about a cultural, quote unquote, education on how to break the spell. Not every Black American is able to tell them that, but we should select those amongst us who have been very successful with breaking the spell that the European has put us under, and we should export that type of method or that methodology or that mind state to our brothers and sisters in the continent who are rightfully deserving of it, because of course everybody is not going to receive you. Everybody is not going to want to hear you're going to be a troublemaker, and they might try to pack you up. But for right now, from where I'm sitting at, and Africa's over there, I'm building right here. So this is what I would love to do. This is the cultural exchange. I'll give you we'll share the information. Because we were teaching Africans in Harlem about who they were. And this is not me bragging. I could bring the Africans on the show. We were teaching Africans who were born on the continent, right? Came over to America, did not know anything about their history, got to Harlem and learned everything about themselves in Harlem, was able to take it back to their village and then educate them about who they really were, right? They learned that in Harlem. So with the Nigerians who are engineers, who are coders, programmers, y'all know a lot of technology skills. Y'all have excellent technology skills. Y'all have excellent engineering skills. You have mathematical genius minds. I respect that. Let's work together. It's as easy as that. You see how that went? You know what I mean? Because I'm not about to come and civilize anybody. I'm not about to come and rescue anyone. I don't. That's not the play. the people are going to liberate themselves from wherever they are. It ain't where you're from, it's where you at. The people are going to literally, when more people collectively don't agree to the fact that, I don't agree to the fact that we don't have paved roads or we don't have basic amenities. We having blackouts and whatnot. We don't have the right type of water pressure. We don't have these things. We don't have those things. When people finally say the time is, I'm fed up with this shit, I'm not going for it, I ain't having it, we not, nah. When they say nah, I believe that it'll change and whatnot. I believe it will change. They need the same type of factory towns that China has. They need the same type of machinery that China has. It's not more advanced. They need the same type of, they should, I think that Africa or someone on the continent, you see how that nigga built the fucking ark? The nigga Noah that built the ark? Well, and that same spirit of innovation and ingenuity, because he's an engineer, regardless of what anybody wants to say, he did some engineering shit. That was an engineering feat. Well, what about free energy? What about free energy? What about building on that shit that Tesla was talking about? What about sending homie from over here that turned plastic into fuel and banana peels into fuel? How about sending him? And why don't I feel that Africa could literally blow up and become a leader in the world if they were to adapt that clean energy, free energy. You know what I'm talking about? Because anything dealing with petroleum and all of that, yeah, that's a dead end. You kind of, you know what I mean? You got to almost get off of that type of addiction. You got to get off of all of that. What do they call that? Dependence. You got to create some new shit to get off of the titty that they kind of got you on. He got a new Benz. Yeah, this nigga's riding clean and what? He riding dirty. But check out some of the things that they got going on in Nigeria. Check this out. This is a little scary. Look at this chick.
Robot. Her name is Omif. She was built in Abuja by the Unicorn Group. Standing at 6 foot tall, it is designed to speak multiple languages including English, Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, Pidgin, French, Arabic, Kiswahili, and Afrikaans. Please like and subscribe for more videos.
Hard work. It's been an amazing journey so far.
Can I have a handshake?
They need to stop. They know they need to stop with that.
Thank you. Can you tell me about African peoples and culture?
African peoples and cultures are incredibly diverse and varied. African culture is often characterized by a strong sense of community and interconnectedness, with many people having close family ties and living in close-knit villages. African culture also emphasizes the importance of storytelling, music, art, and ritual, with many African cultures having their own distinct traditions and beliefs.
What's your intelligent quotient? What's your IQ?
My intelligent question would be, what are the most important qualities for success?
What the hell?
Wow.
Artificial intelligence, AI, is a branch of...
Who did her hair? Who did her hair? That shit laid.
Computer science that focuses on creating intelligent machines that...
They gotta fix the lip, bro. They gotta fix the lip. She looking like Bubba Shrimp. The fuck?
can think and act like humans. AI systems are able to solve complex problems and use data to make decisions in a variety of different scenarios. AI technology is becoming increasingly important in the modern world and is used in many different fields, such as.
And low key, she needs some shea butter right there. No, right there. She needs some fucking shea butter, y'all. Y'all stop putting her on TV like that.
Healthcare, finance, and transportation.
How old are you?
I was officially launched.
That shit look like a low key. They need to work on the face, bro. She looking like funeral music. This looking like funeral. This is looking like more mortuary fucking makeup, bro.
4 days ago, so I'm still quite young.
Thank you so much. That is interesting.
You're welcome. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Yes. What's your favorite color?
My favorite color is black. Black
She got glasses on.
represents African tones and is a powerful symbol of strength, resilience, and beauty.
Wow, that is smart. Thank
you. Her nickname is Squeaky. Fuck. Shit, mad squeaky, bro. Let's see. One more clip with her.
Thank you, America.
Thank you. I'm always happy to share my knowledge and understanding of African peoples and cultures.
Is that like the click click noise? Is she giving up the click click? Oh man. All right, one more. Check this out. She's talking about the night.
Knock. Now, so my country take enter number 2 for country of the highest population of people living with HIV. Did you even know what that means? It means say after South Africa, the Nigeria people get HIV pass in the whole world. No be me talk, go and Google it. And it's easy for you to deny these allegations until you realize that most countries where they promote SSS pass, now then they get HIV pass. Anybody will think about NAC, place to go NAC, country to go NAC, they go to look Nigeria, they go to look South Africa. And you know the worst part? We don't do almost do.
You know, Schoolie Red. What is knock? What is knock? What is knock?
But take the South Africa. Before now South Africa did they talk say, oh, South Africa, HIV plenty for there. Nah, Nigeria. We don't they get there. You know, say whenever I come to batting, we they like Sabi carry first. We are getting there.
Her knuckles is mad dark. Respectfully though, her knuckles is mad dark. You know what I'm talking about? Her feet is her feet is Nestle Crunch color.
Imagine being tagged the country with the highest population of people that have HIV. And you know the worst part? The people where they give us free drugs, where they make the people where they sick this sickness, make them feel they afford them or feel they get them. They vest for us. Very soon they go so cut the supply of those medicines. You see a lot of Nigerians feel afford HIV medicine. If they say me they buy them. We're not clap on ourselves. At least we are going to carry first eventually at something.
She like Erica Kirk. She got the Erica Kirk, Nicki Minaj look. What we talking about? Hey, Erica. She said they out here getting a knock. So I'm assuming that they smacking too many bellies and not cleaning up afterwards and whatnot. Nasty work, huh? Crazy. Let's go.
Europeans want an all-white world, but they can't survive it. Many European bloodlines are products of centuries of incest, a genetic collapse hiding in plain sight. Inbreeding increases the risk of genetic disorders and birth complications. Anthropologists and geneticists, they know this. Diversity is essential for survival. Yet the narrative of white purity persists. A religious and ideological ruse. These churches preach violence against women. They reduce women to reproductive vessels and codify inequality with their scripture. And the irony, an all-white lineage that's genetically unsustainable. And The only ones that will actually survive are those with enough diversity in their gene pool. You know, that dirty word, diversity. So any dream of white supremacy is actually biological death sentence. And at this point, why fight it? Let them continue, because nature will take her course, as she already has with declining birth rates. Europeans just don't get it. They never could. Racial purity is suicidal. It's not just suicidal, it's immoral. Europeans have been practicing it since their existence. But science warns us that path shrinks bodies and communities. So, by all means, keep doing what you're doing. Because diversity is the evolutionary lifeline to humanity. And Europeans still don't get it. Cope.
So on the flip side of what you hear this sister, this beautiful sister, might I add, speaking about, is that the opposite of what we just learned about Nigeria is occurring in these European lands and whatnot. What I mean by that is that while Nigeria, right, the Nigerian man, right, obviously is being chosen by many different women from many different walks of life, right? The European man and his woman just don't seem to be kicking it off like that, right? So,
Hey, so I had
there is somewhat of a, you know, there's this thing going on in America where they're talking about the great replacement. You have groypers and self-avowed virgins, people who never even, he never even had an appointment to get his boots knocked. Mr. Nick Fuentes, right? He never even had a booty call. Like,
Stranger Things.
How preposterous is that? Think about that. A 20-year-old, 20-plus-year-old European, right? Not bad looking at all, right? Lives in his mama's basement, pretty much kind of popular, you know. I'm sure one person, at least one, you know what I mean? Now, I know shit is rough out there. I know shit is rough in the dating pool, but I know at least one shorty.
Okay, I just had to
reached out to my boy Nick and was like, yo, I got something for you. That show was fire and whatnot. Let me come and put this mayonnaise on your face. You know what I'm talking about? I know for a fact that somebody try to give this man some boots in life. It ain't just, he's not a virgin because he keeps striking out. Right? He's not a virgin because he keeps striking out. He's not a virgin because, you know, the dating pool is horrible. No, niggas. He's a virgin ancient cultures because he's like Will from Stranger Things. He don't like girls. And it is what it is, right? But he needs to just say that. You know what I'm talking about? He needs to just say that. But this guy and his following, they're talking about the great replacement. But my thing is this to Mr. Fuentes, right? You're speaking about the great replacement, but you're not even populating, you're not repopulating your race. You don't even have plans to procreate. You know, you're getting old, young man. You know what I'm talking about? It ain't like you don't got no money. It ain't like you don't have no scratch. I'm sure that you could find you a Becky from Turning Point or one of them other places that's kind of well off and whatnot that will take care of your little your Pekingese until you get right, if you're not right already. So how are they talking about the great replacement and you're a self-avowed virgin? That doesn't make any sense, sir. That doesn't make any sense, sir. Like, I need you to understand. I need you to explain yourself. You know what I'm talking about? You shouldn't even be having that conversation. You should be having a conversation about depopulation, because literally that is what you and your movement is somewhat avowed to. Right? That's kind of like what you're locked in, and y'all took that vow to hate women and to chase cat boys and whatnot, and it's those men that are running the far right now. You have nothing to worry about, ladies and gentlemen. You have nothing to worry about. These are a bunch of angry white boys and Indians like Vivek Rama. What's his name? I don't even know how to pronounce this shit. Is like a tongue twister. The dude, the I don't even want to say the word that they calling him because that's mad foul. I don't even want to repeat slurs on this show because I'm not into stuff like that. You know, he's a red dot. He's a Patel. He's one of the Patels, right? You got the Patels. You got the Koreans. Ramaswamy, my nigga Vivek Ramaswamy. Boys are us. This nigga, all of the Ramaswamys out there, they riding with Nick and them. You know what I'm talking about? And then you got the Korean niggas and the Asians. They riding with Nick and whatnot. They riding with Nick Fuentes, or we call Trick Fuentes. You know what I'm saying? Then you have people who are literally they're literally deporting people to Venezuela, Cuba, DR, and them same people are still riding with ICE, and they still riding with Ted Cruz and all. Yeah, all of them is hating on us. They all saying great replacement. All of them are echoing the same thing about great replacement. Did you ever maybe and not even Officer Tatum in them? Not even Officer Tatum and Fresh and Fit. They not stupid. They not even repeating. They never said the word great replacement because that's not our conversation. We don't have that issue. We don't have that issue. Yeah, incel Fuentes. The incels are dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. They kill women. You understand me? The incels. Elliot. Who's their leader? Who's their guy? What's his name? Is that the same? Was that the same name of what's the name of Captain America? What's their guy name? Elliot Rogers. Elliot Rogers. That was the incel killer from like back in the days. He was the white dude. Not Elliot Grange. Elliot Rogers was the incel who turned into a mass shooter. And he left behind a manifesto that the incels watch. His videos are like they're like Reddit lore. They're part of the Reddit lore, along with Dylan Roof, along with dude from the Shot Up to Christ Church. All of they got a gallery of hitters and whatnot. They got a gallery of what they would call martyrs. Okay? Martyrs. Yeah, he was rich and he was mad at the cool kids, so he went and killed some shorties and whatnot. You know, he was given heavy little D energy. Heavy little D energy. So yeah, Bucky from Winter. Yeah, they turned him into a meme. Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad thing. And that goes back to the question that somebody asked earlier about Charlie Kirk and the position that they have for him. There's no better position that Charlie Kirk would rather be in than the one he's in right now. Let me be clear about that. He got the position that he wanted. He got the position that he wanted. He achieved everything that he wanted. There's nothing that was more grandeur. There was nothing that was more honorable. There was nothing that was more of a quote-unquote position to hold than the one that he holds right now as a meme lord and a quote-unquote a martyr for this new crusades that they have. A president is not powerful enough, ladies and gentlemen. So a lot of people don't aspire to be a president because, as you can see with Trump, You got a lot of red tape that you got to cut through. You got a lot of bullshit that you got to get through. There's a lot of work that you got to get through as the president. And you got to deal with Congress. You got to deal with the voting cycles. You got to deal with your constituents. You got to deal with the media. You got to deal with a bunch of shit. But as a martyr, right? As a martyr, as somebody that you could summon, they could summon his spirit. They could put him on an altar. They could summon him. He's with the demiurge. He could become the mind flayer. God damn it. No, Charlie Kirk is a meme. He's in the, because remember, and we're gonna do this show. We don't have, he's bigger than their George Floyd. I'm sorry. He's way bigger than their George Floyd. We did not see George Floyd as a quote unquote, as a biblical narrative. They see Charlie Kirk as a messianic biblical narrative that is a harbinger of their Messiah or their Antichrist. All right, like, no, the Kirkification of the world is the biggest story of 2025. I'm sorry. There's nothing fucking with that in terms of it's a long game that let's not look at it for what it's looking like right now. It's a long game. And it's not about what you saw, or I don't care. Somebody will be like, I don't know who that, yeah, it's a little bit deeper than that. What solidified this whole thing? Nicki Minaj coming out on stage with America Kirk. That was it. That was it. That stamped Captain Kirk. There's a ritual taking place before your very own eyes. There's a grand ritual taking place before your very own eyes, and you are part and parcel to that ritual. And based off of how you voted is based off of what that ritual will do for you. So the way that we vote is with our sympathy or our straight up, man, fuck that shit. Roll them up. Roll him up. Right? So if you were sympathetic, oh my goodness, Charlie, let's pray for him. Oh, good Lord. Oh, hallelujah. The good man by the name of Charlie with his wife, Erica, their baby. Oh, Lord. Yeah. Yeah, you in that pot, right? You're in that pot, whatever the pot, because we're dealing with warlocks. We're dealing with wizards. We're dealing with Kabbalists of the highest order. We're dealing with spirit cookers. You know what I'm talking about? We dealing with hyperstition, hyperfiction. All of that stuff is at play. So when you gave them your energy, they took that and they're gonna utilize it. Yeah, he's more like their Pac. Dead ass. He's more like their Pac. I won't necessarily say MLK. The MLK comparison will only be applicable 30 years from now. If they look back in 30 years and be like, yes, all of that shit that he was talking about, yeah, and the people that they hung, the ones that they put in a noose right after he died, that was basically that's like throwing niggas in a pot for the chemical, they threw all of them spirits in that pot and cooked them up. All cook them up. Here's a sacrifice to Charlie. Hang some niggas. You know what I'm saying? Shed their blood, right? Catch their bodies and whatnot. Take their spirits and whatnot. And then where everybody is giving Charlie all of that energy, right? All of that lucha and whatnot, praying for him. Oh man, yeah, they used that shit. They turned up with that one. And then instead of his wife keeping him alive, a black woman, right, by the name of Candace Owens, okay, who I've been doing my research on lately. Man, the Horowitz connection is crazy. Do you know one of the same people who found he didn't find Huey P. Newton. He pushed Huey P. Newton. He was behind pushing Huey P. Newton, right? He was the same person that discovered Candace Owens. And then he introduced Candace to Mr. Charlie, right? I believe this was a Horowitz, right? Who used to be a Democrat, and then he jumped over into the Republican side. He just recently died and whatnot. Okay. So her handler, the person who found her, was the same person who was the handler for Huey P. Newton during the rise of the Black Panthers, right? He was behind them. He was one of their financiers and whatnot. And he was the bridge to help people understand Huey P. Newton over there in the quote unquote white financial, that white world where the money is at, the liberals and whatnot. Man, we're going to work on that. NBA Young Kirk. Right. So the power of the meme martyr, right? Memes are like sigils. Memes are sigils. Memes hold energy. Memes are quote unquote memes are way more powerful than we are even giving them credit, right? Here are the meme martyrs. Okay. So these are the lectures that we did, right? So there's nothing that goes more viral on the internet other than martyrdom. Martyrdom is the top viral sensation on the internet. So when George Floyd got bodied, when Philando Castile got bodied, when all of them black men got bodied and whatnot, that was all the buildup. That was all the buildup to this martyr. They didn't get martyred though. They got bodied. He got martyred. He got the president talking about him. They talk about striking a coin for this nigga. You know what I'm talking about? All of that crazy shit. He got martyred and whatnot. Those other people, they got lynched. And people like Charlie Kirk was the ones who were the benefactors of public lynchings of black people. That's why he went in on George Floyd, who was born on the same birthday as him, right? That's his doppelganger. Chart wise. Yeah, them teeth are definitely crazy. You could tell a lot by a nigga's teeth, right? How about that? So you got to understand how meme martyrs operate, right? This is a lesson that's going to take this lesson right here is not something that I could do in one show. I literally will have to do a whole lecture about this, but this shit is fucking real. Believe you me. Shout out to Hit Sayu. When Hit Sayu pull up, we're going to be doing a lot more work and whatnot. All right. But to understand how meme martyrs operate, we must first map the ontological terrain that they inhabit. Our reality has been fundamentally restructured through 5 ascending layers of symbolic physics, each representing a deeper departure from material grounding towards engineered meaning making systems. And if you don't understand exactly what that is, it's all taking place on the internet, aka Stranger Things, aka the upside down world, aka this place where people go and they feel like something is going on, but they don't understand, and the world is changing and reality is changing and nothing is real anymore and everybody's faking. I'm losing it and I hate it here, right? Those conversations are had because nobody's understanding the world that they live in anymore. They're in this upside down world and they don't have someone to explain what that world is. So you hate what you don't understand. But we want to understand, this 2025, I say, is the year that we made the breakthrough and we understood so much. We understood so much about this shit that had us perplexed. We made so many breakthroughs collectively, of course, as a network. We made so many breakthroughs this year and we solved so many questions and problems and issues that we were having. It was almost like a bug. It was almost like a bug. It was almost like malware. It was restricting me from thinking and putting things together and whatnot. But the information is almost like a bridge. It's almost like a floor. You know what I mean? When you're building a house. So now we could walk across that floor and that bitch is marbled out and whatnot. And not only is it marbled out, but they got the epoxy on it. It's shiny. You got the epoxy floors. We built these floors. So check it out. Look at this through the lens of Stranger Things, right? With the whole they just revealed that there's 4 levels of Stranger Things. There's 4 different worlds and whatnot. What is that? That is giving you the symbology of the real world that you're living in right now that is literally mimicking that movie. Okay? Because that movie or that series is based off of a true story about the Montauk Project, Philadelphia experiment, and I don't want anybody to think that there's no more experiments that have been taking place. They were doing that all the way in the motherfucking 80s, right? Camp Hero was in Long Island and whatnot. So they've been opening up portals. They've been time traveling. They've been going back and forth. So here we are now, right? But now we live in this very interesting reality where shit is kind of weird. So I want to try my best to explain some of the weirdness, okay? The original substrate of existence is physical reality, right? The original substrate of existence, keyword, substrate. Go and look that up. Please, you'll be able to understand a lot of things a lot better. Look up interface and look up substrate, right? So the interface is this right here. It's the shit right here. It's the UI. It's the screen that I'm seeing with the colors, and I'm seeing the text, and I'm seeing the background and all of that. Boom. Well, the substrate is the zeros and the ones. It's the daemon or the daemon. It's the algorithm. It's all of the interconnections that's going on. It's the code that's in the background. It's the substrate. We don't see the substrate. The substrate is the mycelium network. That's the substrate is the mycelium network, right? Which is the underground. That's the substrate is the mycelium network. That would be the substrate of physical reality, the code, all of the workings, all of the things that you don't see behind the curtain, right? All right. So the original substrate of existence is the material world before any map is made, right? That's Hawkins. That's in his TV show Stranger Things. That's the original Hawkins. That's the that's the small town of Hawkins where everybody lives. It's almost like a picket fence town. This is where bodies actually die, buildings actually collapse, and events actually occur in space and time, right? That's the physical reality that we all inhabit, okay? The simulacra, right? The simulacra, that's the sign that replaces reality. Copies without originals that depict things that either had no original or no longer have an original. The territory becomes secondary to the map. Are you following me? Are you following me? Okay. And if you're not following, I will be able to break it down. No problem. So the simulacra is there's 4 layers of it now. It started out with 1, but we're on the 4th layer of the simulacra, which actually the 4th layer came in when this year, when they released Sora 2 and when they released VO3 from Google. That was the beginning of the new simulacra because the video output crossed what they call the uncanny valley. And what the uncanny valley was we were living safe. We were good because the robots looked like that shit that I just showed you from Nigeria, right? Where you could look at that and be like, man, that's a robot, and a bad looking one at that. You know what I mean? They got to do better with the aesthetics. So that's the uncanny valley where when you watching her talk, it's like weird and it's kind of like spooky and whatnot. And it's like I might could have a nightmare because she looked like somebody's face that I saw that was in a casket before, right? Remember the lady on the moon? Remember the African lady on the moon that they found? They had pictures of her, and she kind of looked like that. And she had the mortuary face. Simulacra. The sign that replaces reality. Okay? So the internet, right? Or social media, it comes with social media and all of these things. That's part of the simulacra. This whole thing with the Mandela effect, that's a part of the simulacra. Okay? But four similar, we went through the fourth simulacra. So when they created videos that you cannot tell if it's real or not, you've now entered, or you've crossed the uncanny valley. You've crossed it now, right? Now you don't know if the video is a human or not. That means that the technology has gotten so advanced that we're now in this fourth simulation where they literally are about to start fooling people. This is when the alien see, don't look at it through the lens that the people call Project Bluebeam, Project Bluebeam, Project Bluebeam. And that's how they looking at the alien contact or first contact. No, I'm looking at it as simulacra. I'm not looking at it. I'm looking at it through the lens of the simulacra, the simulation, that is just a part of the program that they reveal at certain stages and whatnot. You know what I mean? So it's gotten to the point, because we have crossed into the fourth simulacra. We would not be able to show you Jesus in the sky if they did not release VO3, if you understand what that means. That had to happen. That's a part of the program. That's a part of the script, right? There's a French writer who wrote about all of this. This is a philosophy. Remember, I told you before, all of them are following scripts from their thought leaders. None of Silicon Valley cybernetics. Everything that you could point out going on right now, I could show you the book that these motherfuckers read, and they're following it page by page. Nothing, not a thing, not one thing going on in the reality that they're showing you or the reality that they're feeding you. None of it is by happenstance. Nothing is going against the plan. Okay, so Simulacra by Gene Baudrillard, Ballarod. I know I'm butchering his name. It's my guy though. He put out a few books, and if you want to study marketing, if you want to study how to promote, if you want to study psychology, yeah, that's the guy to go and read. The same way that I would tell you to read Friedrich Nietzsche, the same way I tell you to read Edward Bernays, the same way I tell you to read Freud. You know, these are the thinkers that Western society has built their quote unquote simulation and simulacra off of. Go and study Curtis Yarvin, go and study Nick Land. When you want to know what the people in Silicon Valley and the occultists and the Satanists and some of these quote unquote people that are in power, like Peter Thiel and all of them, go and read up on these niggas, because that's their teachers. You don't got to look far. That is their thought leaders, and they are following them to the motherfucking, they're following play by play. All right, let's go. Let's go. So the simulacra, and you could go and do the deep research. It will yield a treasure trove of information. Just all of this right here. Screenshot this shit right here and take this into the motherfucking AI and prepare to get your mind blown. I don't go on regular Google no more because it's very bland. I go to Perplexity. I go to Claude, Opus 4.5. I go to Grok 4. I go to Google Gemini Deep Research, and I go to what is that called? Minimax 2.m2. That's Chinese, my niggas, and it's open source. I'm on my Chinese shit. 2026, I'm pushing heavy Chinese technology. You know what I'm talking about? Shabbat shalom, my niggas. I'm pushing heavy Chinese shit because the Chinese shit is free and it's open source and it's not locked in with the Yahudis and the Jewish people the way that all of these other things are. So I'm starting to divest in the 2026. I'm gonna need some nerds or some blurs and some people on board that can help me with this open source stuff. But you know, but walk with me. It's not even me. Help them out. You know what I'm saying? Come and tap in with me to help the thousands out there out. You know? All right. Hyper reality. Hyper reality is the substrate that we live in now. made of models and symbols. A reality generated by models of a real without origin. The map becomes a territory, and experience is pre-structured by algorithmic systems. Ready Player One, But They Live, right? What the fuck is a Walmart? What is a Walmart? A Walmart is not a supermarket, ladies and gentlemen. Walmart is considered a hypermarket. Same way that you have hyper reality, hyperstition, and hypersigils, they have hypermarkets, right? And that hypermarket is playing in to the hyper reality. It's not real. Those vegetables and those fruits, that shit don't look like that on the farm and whatnot. That's not real food. None of that food in there is real. I mean, I be buying shit from there. I gotta stop. But a lot of that shit in there is not real. The setup is not real. Okay, it's bringing you into simulacra of what the supermarket's supposed to look like, or the stores look like, as a super duper hypermarket where everything is underneath one fucking roof. That's not that. Yeah, we didn't know that. We didn't move like that. Now nobody want to go to the farm and kill a chicken. You know what I'm saying? Nobody want to pull up a goddamn squash out the ground. Nobody got green thumbs. You just want to go to Walmart, which is a hypermarket that's bringing you further and further into the hyper reality of this world that was kind of like kicked off by Walt Disney and them. When Walt Disney came up with Disney World, Epcot Center and whatnot, yeah, that was the beginning. That was simulacra 1, right? He gave you Main Street. He gave you the suburbs. He gave you the white picket fence. He gave you all of these things from Disney World that spilled into this creation called the suburbs that is very recent. They just made that shit. It's a part of the simulacra. That's why Truman Show, Pleasantville and all of that, that's about the simulacra, right? Hyperstition. If enough people treat something as it's real, it becomes real. That's the world that we live in right now. It wasn't like that before, but this is the mutation, or the grown-up superstition. Hyperstition. Yes, so hyper entertainment got us hypersexualized, right? We're hypersexualized, right? Because we're living in a hyper reality that's dealing with hyperstition, and they're sending out hypersigils all over the place. I promise you, you don't know about this world, but the people in Silicon Valley created it. Okay? And everybody is on code. They all on the same fucking page. That's why I said central casting is all a stage. Don't fall for it. Please. All we got is us. Don't fall for it. Central casting. Even some of the people in Africa that you think is a part of the opposition, they're playing a fucking role, bro. They're playing this game right here. Hyper reality. So if enough people treat something real, it becomes real. Fiction writes itself into fact through collective belief and behavioral change. Stories solidify into worlds through network effects. Hypersigil. Design stories, symbols, or rituals that bend the engines of reality. Intentional interventions that exploit hyperstition to direct collective consciousness and behavior towards chosen outcomes, right? So when you didn't understand all of this stuff, that's when they was giving you George Floyd killing in real time. That's when they was giving you Trayvon Martin, and they was in the Groypers and all of them was in the dark web whacking off to the murder pictures of all of the black men that got killed, because once again, they fetishize the black man. The Groypers do. They fetishize the black wood. They fetishize black sex. They fetishize black virility. They fetishize the black Nigerian. They fetishize the black Mississippian, the black Atlantean, the black New Yorker. That's what they do. They have an infatuation. Adam 22, Trap Law Ross, Jake Paul, Nick Fuentes, Ben Shapiro, Charlie Kirk. You know what I'm talking about? They all want to be King Von, Kanye West, Travis Scott, right? This is who they want to be. Young Thug. They wanted to be 2121. They wanted to be Aubrey. Yeah, you damn right. Yeah, Cucksters. Aiden Rothstein, right? They wanted to be Cassinet. They fetishize us. That's why the white boys got mad. Aiden, Trap Law Ross and all of them, they got mad when niggas was saying, drop your flags. They got offended. Like, wait, what? What they mean by that? They was against that. They're against F the streets. They're coming out against that. Like, nah, that's not right. That's they lying. The 21 Savages from the UK, like they're fighting that shit. Why? Because they want to see you dead and dumb. They want to see you in jail. They want to see you under pressure so they women's will be preoccupied with their little dick ass. That's how they see it. Remember the great replacement. Who's replacing them? It's not Poppy and them at just chilling at in front of Home Depot. They knocking down tortillas, you know what I'm saying? They got their own ladies, right? What do they call them? What, the tortas? What's the name for their ladies? They deal with their own ladies. They not worrying about no Beckys and whatnot. They not chasing behind no white girls. So who is replacing you, Nick? Who is replacing you, Ben? Who's replacing you, Mr. Charlie? Huh? Who was Erica checking out? You know what I mean? Did you find her browser activity? You found her browser history? Who was she watching? You know what I'm talking about? They are fetishizing you know who and you know what. You understand? I don't want to get all graphic on it, but you know what it is. Let's not let's not play. Let's not play games. You know what I'm talking about? So they don't want to see you niggas thriving. They don't want to see you living. They don't want to see you prospering. They don't want to see you happy. They don't want to see you in your bag. Do you know? Oh my goodness. Oh Lord. They had to watch Adam. Oh, they had to watch what's his name? Andrew Tate kneeling down to a man. They had to watch Jake Paul kneeling down to a black man, huh? In front of all of these women. No, they were sick to their stomach. They didn't know what to do with themselves. So right now they are enjoying the fact that Anthony Joshua is going through trauma because they went through trauma too. Okay. So this ties into the dead internet theory. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you know it or not, but tomorrow, me and Hitsayu Aku is doing an end of the year, quote unquote, year in review. We're doing a year in review. I don't know how long it's going to be. It's going to be as long as it needs to be until we get the information out. We are doing a year in review mañana. The link is right there, the QR code right over there with the duck in the middle, right above the Maybach windows. We're gonna be cooking tomorrow. I'll get into more of this information tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? This is for tomorrow. We're gonna go over a lot of the information. We dropped so much information this year that it might have to be 2 parts. And I might not even be able to do all of this shit in one sitting and whatnot. But me and Hitsayu is finna cook tomorrow. I need y'all in the building. It will not be on YouTube. I repeat, it will not be on YouTube only because I'm going to be playing copyrighted shit and I'm going to be going crazy. I'm going to, I don't want to get banned, from this platform that we just got back. So yeah, you got to get into some of this stuff like Pepe the Frog. You got to get into a lot of things going on because this is not, like I said, it's not an easy walk in the park. But we do have the research. We have broken this shit the fuck down. We have the research. We got the receipts. We got the goddamn, We got the sauce. 8 p.m. Eastern. 8 p.m. Eastern is when we're going to do it. 8 p.m. Eastern, right? So, yeah, it's a lot going on with these people and whatnot. And we need to know what the hell is happening because it's affecting people right now. So let me just break this down, how we could understand the meme magic. Meme magic. So tomorrow is on Patreon. Yeah, tomorrow, what time tomorrow? 8:30 p.m. in the US, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. 8 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Eastern over here. Okay, it's going to be 8 p.m. Eastern. Is donation based. Send a donation and pull up. My brother Hit Sayu is going to be in Atlanta tomorrow. I'm letting out the information early. My good brother Hit Sayu is coming to the ATL. So KTL and the ATL is getting stronger, ladies and gentlemen, as we end this fiscal year. KTL and the ATL is getting stronger, ladies and gentlemen. We got Spin City in the building. We got Spin City out here. Now we got the good brother Hit coming out here. And we got more people coming out here. Like I said, we got a lot of building to do. 2026. We got a lot of moves that we need to make. We're going to Colombia in the middle of January. I'll put information on that up in a minute. But let's go into this meme magic. The weaponization of digital martyrdom has evolved rapidly over the past decade, progressing from grassroots Chan culture experiments to sophisticated state-level psychological operations. Each major case study reveals increasing systemization of the process, meaning that each time the process was undergone, it got bigger and bigger and bigger, and it grew. All right, it got bigger and bigger, and it grew. Okay. I see you in the building, Ghost. I'm gonna throw you a link in a minute. Give me a minute. Let me finish cooking over here. So in 20, all right, so every major case reveals so please, with your conscious mind, go back in time, close your eyes and go back in time and remember how this shit was before it became what it is now. It's almost as if they wiped our memories in a sense. It's almost like the on some Groundhog Day, on some Men in Black type shit. Like it's hard to remember shit right now because this internet thing, they're doing their version of meme magic on the people. So 2016, they had a meme war, right? There was a meme war, and this was the not the beginning of the meme magic, but this was the Groypers versus they had a meme war, right? And Kek the Frog was in the middle of all of that. And Kek, if anybody doesn't know, is an Egyptian deity of chaos. It's the god of chaos, right? So they were summoning the god of chaos, and they were utilizing Pepe the Frog, right? So you got Kek, who's their god. Kek was the god, right? Kek is the entity. Kek is the primordial entity. It goes all the way back into the quote unquote twins out of Egypt. What is that? The 4 sets of twins, right? And Kek being one of them. So they resurrected Kek and they inverted Kek by what? Dylan Roof. They inverted Kek with the blood rituals that were committed by the quote unquote white supremacists. That's how they fed their deity Kek. The same way that in Stranger Things, they're feeding, you feed a deity chickens, pigeons, rats. You know what I mean? Well, these niggas, they feed their deities humans. And 100,000 chickens a day. Because they are the Satanists are in the slaughterhouses, right? So in the slaughterhouses, yeah, they started this on 4chan. This is all 4chan. This is Chan magic. But I mean, if you underestimate the power of the 4chan, if you underestimate the power of 8chan, if you underestimate the power, because remember, these are anonymous websites, right? 4chan, 8chan are anonymous. And what does that mean? Right? What does that mean? What it means is you could be on that site, which is the 5th largest site in the world, right? The 5th largest site, just to show you how much power, how much energy, how much quote unquote spirits they are working with on a daily basis. 5th biggest site on the internet, right? And they train all of the AI, like LLMs, like ChatGPT. They train all of them on 4chan and 8chan and Reddit. Okay. These are anonymous. So what does anonymous mean? Yes, we're going to get into QAnon. We talked about QAnon as being one of the illest, quote unquote, rituals, one of the illest internet psyops that they've ever pulled in history. But when we talk about the 4chans and everything, we're talking about the occult. They are operating from the occult because it's anonymous, it's hidden, right? They're occultic because you don't know their identities. They are operating on the World Wide Web, the 5th most visited site, and everybody is in the dark. Everybody is behind the curtain. Everybody has quote unquote eyes wide shut masquerade mask on. They have shiesties on. You know what I mean? They have the anonymous mask on. They're occult. What does the occult mean? Hidden. Hidden. That's what it is. The KKK was an occult organization because they hid behind a mask. They were anonymous. They was anon, right? So you got K-anon the same way that you got Q-anon. Well, you got KKK anon, Ku Klux Klan anonymous, right? So it puts them into somewhat of a mental mind state where they could fall into this quote unquote role playing, right? Because they're role playing, and QAnon, along with other games that they've been playing, they play real life games, right? These are real life games that they're playing. QAnon was a game, the same way that quote unquote that shit where they was collecting shits all around the world off of their phones and whatnot. You know, that was somewhat of a role-playing game. Okay, one of the biggest psyops. And if somebody tells me, yeah, I'm down with QAnon, you know what I mean? My name is Hotep Annan. I kind of know where to put you. It's unfortunate, but you know, you getting boxed. I'm gonna put you in a box. You know what I'm saying? I won't trust anything that you say. You're not gonna. You're not hanging out with me. I'm not sharing a blunt with you. Because whatever you smoking, I don't want that. You could take that and you could smoke that shit. But anyway, that's just with the anons and the unknowns and all of these sites. They deal with the occult because they're unknown, and that's how they cast their spells. That's one of the first ways that they do their magic, is because people don't do magic when you know their government and they work at Home Depot. It don't work like that. They wear masks. Okay, Pokemon. Yeah, the Pokemon Go. It was like Pokemon. Yeah, Pokemon Go. So 2016 is the meme magic era, right? So when they got Trump into office, this is when the shit grew, because the meme war was about getting Daddy Trump into the office, and they went full, quote unquote, they went to full war on the internet. Mostly manual operations by Chan culture priesthood, right? So they have a whole ordained priesthood. Chan culture is 4chan, 8chan, and that is what you see in the gamers. That's Silicon Valley. That's the nerds that went and built the AI. That's early Elon. You know, all of them were all 4chan and 8chan. All of these people that are in AI, all of these people that are in tech now, all of these billionaires and trillionaires that are in Facebook and Meta. Yeah, all of that is 4chan. That's all that. You'll probably never know who they are because, once again, they have anonymous handles. You don't have to reveal yourself. So you'll never really, unless they have a super duper hack one day and they're able to trace the IP address to everybody and then dox them. But until that, you don't really know who these people are, right? But I'm definitely 100% sure you got politics, politicians in there, officers. That's where the FO, Fraternal Order of Police, you know what I mean? They frequented the dark web and they frequent these 4chan, 8chan chat rooms. That's how they're able to get information on people. And they also send on Reddit all of the pictures of the dead rappers. They have a whole bunch of private rooms where they exchange pictures, not only of dead rappers, of niggas that die every night in the hood. They got I'm talking about, they got photo galleries of headless niggas. How about that? And they get off to that. Once again, like I said, we're dealing with a different type of people who you might not have, you don't understand the level of depravity that you're dealing with, right? These are necromancers, okay? They get off on shit like that. So you're dealing with vampires, straight like that. And if you were to ask me, where did the vampires, like, where's their lair at? I would say it would be over there in the Middle East. You know, that would be my theory, that bitch is over there in the Middle East. Facts. You know, nestled between Saudi Arabia and Tel Aviv. Maybe Egypt. I would say nestled between Saudi and Egypt. That whole area to me is draconian like a mother effer. Okay, so 2016 was the beginning of the meme magic era. Mostly manual operations by Chan culture priesthood. Pepe the Frog transformed from cartoon to political symbol through coordinated posting campaigns. They were the ones who basically started those bombing campaigns, those posting campaigns where they would flood, they was flooding chat rooms, they was flooding all type of shit with their campaigns. Low automation, high human investment. So back then it was low automation. The technology did not evolve. They didn't have bots like that. It was a bunch of humans pushing buttons, sending out memes, tagging people, trolling people, you know, all of that, doxing people. 2020, QAnon systemization. Semi-automated networks amplify modern narratives around Jeffrey Epstein, Seth Rich, and other figures. Bot networks begin supplementing human ritual specialists, right? Yes, 4chan played a major role in getting Trump elected the first term. Exactly. Facts. So that is the 2026 meme magic era. That's when they got Trump in. When Trump becomes president, oh my goodness, that's when they went from hyperstition, meaning that you could take a fact, you could take fiction and make it real. So when it came to Trump and the meme war, they were memeing him up against Biff. They were memeing him up against Biff. They were memeing him up against the Simpsons and whatnot. So when you see these memes and they got the Simpsons showing you shit that Trump is doing, you start laughing and you're like, oh, ha, ha, not realizing, nigga, that's the ritual. That is part of the meme magic. They're not exposing anything. They're creating a reality off of getting you and your mind. You have the Godhead. When you collapse away, what you pay attention to, you bring into reality. That is, you're part of the spell. You're part of the ritual. You think that, remember, the power of the memes is that you laugh at them. The power of the memes is that it's entertainment and locks you in, but it's meme magic. It's the meme got created and they put a certain energy in that meme. That there was an energy behind that meme. That meme has intention and purpose. You don't know what the intention and purpose is because you didn't make the meme. You should get into making memes and whatnot. Remember when Panic was making memes? Who remember when Panic was making memes? Right? He was a meme, quote unquote. He was practicing meme magic inside of consciousness. Okay, that is called meme magic. 2022 algorithmic optimization. Platform algorithms increasingly favor martyrdom content due to engagement metrics. What does that mean? Martyrdom content is George Floyd getting killed. It's the Trayvon Martin and everything. Engagement metrics. I told y'all before, I've trained myself when I'm driving in Atlanta because of so many accidents. I don't stare accidents in their face. I don't look at roadkill anymore, right? I'm not engaging, my niggas. I don't want to look at it. I don't engage in quote unquote trauma. I don't engage in death. I'm not engaging myself into dark shit like that. So when so many people wanted to watch George Floyd die 20 times back to back to back to back to back, and when the white boys was jacking off when they off of black men dying, right? When they were having fun, when they were doing the Israeli dance, when people were dying, right? Then they rose the engagements. When white Beckies and whatnot who fetish black men, they like to see black men die too. When they started watching all of the videos, when black women and black men and black families were traumatizing themselves by watching it like it was a movie premiere, yeah, the algorithm was working your ass and cooking. Now, all of this leading up, right? Leading up to 2025, where we have industrial martyrdom. They turned up, they found themselves the perfect one. The same way that they pick people for presidents, well, they also pick a king to kill. They had to kill a king. The same way when they killed the three heifers, a king got to die. So Charlie either is the precursor to the king dying, or he was their king who they killed, and they assassinated him in front of everybody, because this is a part of eschatology. This is a part of eschatology. This is a part of their end time prophecies and whatnot. So the assassination of Charlie Kirk demonstrated fully automated martyrdom pipeline. So you had, at this point, it was integrated to where you had a fully integrated pipeline to push the martyrdom into places that George Floyd and them couldn't push it. They didn't have AI. They didn't have bots. They didn't have automation. They didn't have agents. They didn't have all of the things that they have now. And it pushed Charlie Kirk into the stratosphere of meme martyrdom and places that nobody probably has ever been. Henceforth, why they could compare him to Martin Luther King, the only reason that they're comparing him to Martin Luther King is the martyrdom. It has nothing to do with anything else. It's not that they're comparing him because he was marching for the poor. It's the martyrdom aspect. When they martyred, they created a martyr out of Martin Luther King, and certain black people was like, he was their Charlie Kirk. You want me to explain? There was a contingency of black people that did not fuck with MLK, right? And the minute he got clipped, they started Charlie Kirking him, and the black people that was mad militant. I'm talking about the very militant ones, the ones that was like more leaning to Malcolm. Yeah, they was like, yeah, that's a crock of shit. You know what I mean? They was like, lies and deceit. That's not right. That's not real, and that's not accurate. Homie was not what y'all saying he was. There was a lot of pushback from our people. I don't know if your people ever told you that, but mine's did. Mine's did. My people told me about the pushback that Michael Luther King was getting in his martyrdom and his government conspired martyrdom ritual. You know what I mean? Where they made him, where they clipped him, and then they made him the martyr. The same way that they said that they clipped JFK, and the same way that they clipped Mr. Charlie. Okay, so let us continue with some more of this information.
Okay, I just had to check myself. We are on justice.gov for the U.S. Department of Justice.
All right, some Epstein shit.
It is December 23rd. Okay, I just had to check myself. We are on justice.gov for the U.S. Department of Justice. It is December 23rd. This is the full Epstein library. You can search whatever keyword you want, click on a random PDF. We're going to scroll down till we find something that has been redacted. Once you find any portion or paragraph, you're going to select a portion, and then you're going to copy it. Once you do that, I tried using Notes app or Adobe and there were some issues, so I used onlinenotepad.org, and then everything comes up. You can see where these sentences should have started or ended and had a blank space, and there is not. Anything that was redacted is now completely visible. So I will do another one just to show you. So we're going to copy.
Make a long story short, you know, they dropped the files and whatnot, and people jumped online and they were showing everybody else how to redact the files. Now, when they started redacting the files, a lot of information started popping up, like financial information, right? Financial research and whatnot. That his ties have been exposed. Like I said earlier, he has financial ties with some very, very influential, very, very powerful people. So it's more so that they were trying to stop the information, more so about what? More so about not necessarily who was on the island, more so as to who he was speaking to, doing business with, and what he was funding. Remember, he is funding transhumanism. He is funding genome projects. He is funding how to live longer, right? Freezing the body and all of that, cryogenics. And yeah, that's what he's behind. He's behind creating a superhuman, right? The Ubermensch. He's behind the billionaire, right? The what they would call the billionaire quest, the billionaire Promethean quest, right? Because they are playing Prometheus. These billionaires who are playing Prometheus, they want to do what? They want to play God. They want to create Frankenstein. They want to cheat death. They want to reverse aging and whatnot. And they also want to create the Ubermensch. They want to create the Superman by tinkering with the genes and tinkering with all of these things. But like I said, we got Boys R Us coming. We're gonna break that down real proper, like that Epstein shit. That's a rabbit hole. We're going to break it down.
Free contract, walk from every negotiation. Caracas, Venezuela just cut.
I'm gonna get back to you, darling.
Stranger Things is back.
I'm gonna get back with you, my guy. Check this out. Let's get into Nikki and him.
You asked me what I think about. Hey, so I had people reach out to me, ask me what I think about Candace Owens and the knockoff salt and pepper of Erica Kirk and Nicki Minaj this week. And what I got to tell y'all, stop focusing on these base nature raggedy people. So you got Candace Owens moving exactly like she seemed to be, which is a scorn lover. I said she is fighting harder for Charlie Kirk than Erica Kirk is. And if you don't understand what's going on right now, that this woman, I have seen people mourn their dogs longer than this woman mourn this man. This same woman who told y'all, oh, you should stay home with your children, but bossing her behind to become the president, turning point. This same woman who said she never dated anybody before Charlie Kirk managed to date a multiple men and was on a reality show. You're letting me worry about Candace Owens. She ain't turning against her base, and she's not becoming smarter. Well, she's a token that got spent and mad because she thought she was playing a long game, like, oh, he was going to get in that White House and him, and, you know, she was going to be the Sally Hemings on the side, is what Candace probably thought, but that's not how it works. So now you got her trying to say she turning up and talking against these people. She better worry about France not bankrupting her for talking shit about that lady, and she be like my man Alex Jones of InfoWars trying to figure out his whole life. And then you said, hey, well, Nicki Minaj, she's exactly who she told y'all she was. You just thought because she was entertaining and you thought she was talking empowerment. Any woman that distorts her looks to be a pick-me for men who are raggedy to their core and told you your booty wasn't big enough in the studio, your boobs wasn't good enough, and instead of you take that money and be around people who have better insight, better mentality, no, what you did is wait around and married a dude who was charged as sexual assault at 16, then tried to defend your pedophile brother. And then while you're sitting here coming out and saluting these women, you are exactly who she was supposed to be. You just got caught up in her being past the entertainer and thinking she made a song that empowered your life, thinking that she stood for you. This woman has never stood for you. I said the same woman who at Charlie Kirk ragging on his wife giving high five and she's saying these palatable propaganda messages on their thing. Get out of y'all feelings about these people, because a snake that will eat themselves damn sure will eat you. You are seeing that straight from all sides of these people. You got Mike Pence starting something, a side company outside the Heritage Foundation of poaching these people. They are doing exactly what 80% of white people were taught to do in America, eat themselves. Okay, the other 20% trying to hold strong to maintain, but trust me, that's what they're going to do. Don't let snakes bother you. These are base nature people, and anytime you got Nicki Minaj being your aggravation, y'all better get a life with this mess, especially when it comes to Candace and Nicki. All of them can high-five themselves and kick rocks. Y'all have a good holiday. Bye.
Reason ancient cultures feared 2020.
Was technically not a perv, he was a mad scientist. Epstein was technically not a perv, he was a mad scientist. Epstein already knew that the global population is heading down and 45% of women will be single and childless by 2030. Epstein Island was a distraction from Zorro Ranch. Zorro Ranch is in New Mexico and he chose it for a reason. Zorro Ranch is a deep, underground military base. It's right down the street from Trementina Base, a bunker and vault complex owned by the Church of Spiritual Technology, an elite order within the Church of Scientology. Scientology's Secret Vault, a rare interview with a former member of the Church of Spiritual Technology. Epstein wanted to turn his New Mexico ranch into a baby-making factory. It's actually a eugenics project. Epstein reportedly hoped to develop a super race of humans with his DNA. He wanted to do this as a part of his fascination with transhumanism. He wanted to go as far as freezing his brain to spread his DNA. Epstein wasn't dealing with politicians, he was really dealing with scientists that MIT, Harvard, and elsewhere face continued fallout over Epstein connections. Private jets, parties, and eugenics? Jeffrey Epstein's bizarre world of science. So what kind of research did Epstein like to fund? He told scientists before he faked his unaliving, the felon liked rebels. They keep saying celebrities, but they didn't tell you he likes to pal around with scientists. What do you think now? I'm your brother Crumb, and you're now watching Crumb TV.
This makes so much sense. They was actually cloning people on Epstein.
Distraction from Zorro Ranch.
Was a
to pal around with scientists. What do you think now? I'm your brother Crumb, and you're now watching Crumb TV.
This makes so much sense. They was actually cloning people on Epstein Island, and the pedophilia was a distraction. Because that's what I'm saying, like, everybody been knew. I knew this since I was like 11 or 10, that they was like doing rituals with babies and child sacrifice and sex trafficking through Hollywood. So I'm like, what's the big deal? Like, why is people just now talking about it? But, of course, it's another distraction. Where's the Epstein files? Where's the Epstein files? Another distraction for you goofy motherfuckers. I knew it. I knew it was a distraction. What's really going on is they clone the motherfuckers on Epstein Island. All them celebrities and shit who be going on, clone them. Clone. It's a cloning fucking facility. I'm not taking away from the fact that they are raping and molesting children, but I've been told multiple times the kids they're doing that to are clone children. But that doesn't make it right because they still have a spirit, a consciousness, not necessarily a soul. But anybody who's a clone is an abomination to the source, the oversoul, and the spirit. So all this shit.
I want to know is, why don't people talk about the boys in the Epstein case more? For some reason, the media has kind of pushed this narrative, framing him as just a trafficker of young women. And I feel like that really takes away from how awful of a person he actually was. He not only trafficked young girls, he trafficked young boys as well.
The reason no one's talking about boys is because no one gives a fuck about boys. And especially no one gives a fuck about black boys. And let me prove this to you. If you're wondering, why did you bring up black boys? I got something for you. It is called the Buniyadi Massacre. In February, on the 25th of February in 2014, bandits in Nigeria went to a school in Nigeria, right? In Buniyadi in Yobe State. And this number is wrong. They took more than 100 boys. They took more than 100 boys from the school and they slit their throats. They killed them. They burned some, like every last one of them. They murdered more than 100 boys. None of these boys were over the age of 14. None of these boys were over the age of 14. You know what happened? Nothing. Not a single fucking word. So they realized, oh man, we took the wrong gender. So you know what they did? So they did the same thing. 2 months later, they went to Chibok and they kidnapped over 200 girls. See, this time, they did not kill the girls. They just kidnapped them. See, they learned that 2 months prior, they learned that this is when ISIS, Boko Haram, this is when they got international, because terrorists got to do some crazy shit to get international, notoriety. At this point, nobody knew who they were. The only people who knew them were in Nigeria. And don't forget, originally Boko Haram were never violent. They killed the original leader of Boko Haram. They went silent, and then they came back again as a very violent group. But they learned that no one gives a fuck about boys because 2 months earlier they kidnapped more than 100 boys and they killed every last one of those boys, and there was no outcry, no nothing, no international media, nothing. 2 months later they came back, they kidnapped 200 girls, and everybody in the world got up with signs, bring back our girls. Now imagine being the father of one of those boys or the mother of one of those boys who was killed 2 months earlier. You saw the international community not give a fuck about your child's death because he has a penis. And then
check. 1. There we go. Yeah, so remember the case with the Abercrombie and Fitch CEO. There was a case with the Abercrombie and Fitch CEO, and they had these men kind of like how they had Diddy. These were boys. These were white boys too, right? This is the closest connection, in my humble opinion, that they could have caught the whole Epstein. They could have proved that Les Wexner, right, who's the CEO of Victoria's, L Brand, I believe that's Abercrombie as well, right? Lex Wexner, right? Who is in a lot of hot water with this new Epstein release. They got the emails is implicating him as a potential suspect in a case that they buried that Epstein was in. Yeah, they was lovers, right? Him and Epstein and Wexler, right? Wexler is the billionaire who basically signed over. He made Epstein power of attorney. Okay. And basically gave him access to his accounts to do whatever he wanted to do. So he obviously was procuring all of these favors and whatnot. You know, Epstein was the go-to. He was the gopher. He was the liaison. He's the plug. He's the one who was feeding all of these quote unquote powerful men their desires. Yeah, strange bedfellows. So they were flying out young men who were not about that life, right? They were not considered to be gay, and they were flipping them, right? So it's like, damn, why y'all could have just flew out a bunch of gay niggas? Like, I'm sure y'all could fly out. I'm sure y'all could find some young dudes on, like, you know, why fly out the straight ones and traumatize them and basically steal their manhood? That's the ritual. You see how that works? They could have flew out a bunch of young girls on Epstein. They were prostitutes. Like, that's not hard to find. You pull up to Magic City with the jet, you know what I mean? You could fill it up. You could pull up to the Vegas Strip. You could fill it up. You could pull up to Hunts Point in a school bus. Yo, get in. We going to Epstein's Island. They could have got party girls. They call them party girls, or they could have got what do you call streetwalkers, or they could have got sex workers. You know how they hired the Punisher from Craigslist? Epstein and them didn't do that. That's not what they were doing. They were taking young girls out of Florida and whatnot. You know what I mean? The bad Barbies. They was taking bad Barbies. You know what I mean? And little blonde hair Brooke Hogans and whatnot. They were taking them to Epstein's Island. Little Brooke Hogans. You know, and they were flipping them under the disguise of, hey, this guy he got money, he wants a massage. Like this is Jay Jews or something, but hey, it is what it is, right? But what they're covering up is it was deeper than that. The rabbit hole went way deeper than that. It was a lot more going on over those decades and whatnot. And it's going to continue to show itself. The fangs are going to continue to show itself. Them people can't hide for long. They've been hiding long enough, goddammit. But they can't hide. So let's get into the fact that they were talking about the Epstein Island and it being a laboratory, right? And let's get into some laboratory talk. Let's go into this one right here.
This is where they got the idea for the... So Stranger Things is back, and it turns out Stranger Things is a documentary. This is where they got the idea for the girl from Stranger Things. This lady was being tested, and she was shown to move objects with her mind. Now, they said it was not mind over matter, but instead mind over force field.
PK is not accomplished by mind over matter, but rather by mind over force field.
And they also said that this power increases during solar storms and special lunar events.
In the 1951 Yale Journal of Biology and Medicine, the action of the sun and moon also affects the body's force field.
Sounds super familiar. As solar storms increase, create telluric waves, portals opened. Everything in nature will have to do the same. I tried to tell y'all that during that solar storm, people were activating their powers. Now, this is actually where they got the idea for Stranger Things. This lady was also the inspiration for Project Stargate, where you have all the remote viewers helping to see across the universe. Now, according to many, everyone has these powers and these abilities. And if this is right, this is literal proof that when I said those solar storms were activating starseed abilities, they have known this for decades.
Soviets claim they've already devised machines that create magnetic and other kinds of artificial fields that increase psychic powers, particularly telepathy and PK.
But I get it. Why would you believe me? Now, knowing this, did you experience any superpowers during 3-Eye Atlas in that solar storm? Did you get headache? That may have been your powers activating. And that's why I started a school for starseeds. We are already beginning to see results from people who can remote view. Comment school and I'll send you the link to join the school for starseeds today. Come practice your starseed abilities with a group of like-minded people. Comment school and I'll send you that link today.
Comment scroll. Comment scroll. You know who's coming up, right? You know who's coming up. Ha! But let's go to the data. Come on, talk to me, data.
Let the US use their airspace for military flights. Venezuela.
I want to trade Nicki Minaj for her. I want to trade Onika for her right here. Yeah. How about that?
Just cut all gas deals with Trinidad and Tobago, cancelled every contract, walked from every negotiation. Caracas says that Trinidad's government let the US use their airspace for military flights and stood by whilst a Venezuelan oil tanker got seized off their coast. They're calling it piracy, and in response, Venezuela shut the whole energy pipeline down. Now, this isn't just politics. That gas was projected to flow from Venezuela's Dragon Field, up to 350 cubic feet a day at peak.
For all of my daughters out there, all of my daughters trying to figure shit out in life, right? I'm going to just give you a little, this is a little schooly red alley-oop and whatnot. Yeah, do that shit. Do that. Yeah, copy her. She ain't doing nothing extra. She's just telling the news. She's just giving a regular story. She's not sprinkling no extra sauce on it. She's not being pretentious. She's just give us the news every day. That's a cheat code right there. You know what I mean? That's all she got to do.
That's power for homes, fuel for factories, and crucial supply for an LNG export industry worth an estimated $4.5 billion a year. Without it, energy gets tighter, jobs get shaky, revenues dip, investors start asking questions. Trinidad's prime minister says that they're not part of any US blockade, that their American flights were just for refueling. No weapons, no war. But Venezuela didn't wait. They pulled the plug. Let's be clear, right? This is about the government, not the people of Trinidad. Well,
look, she's gonna take a shot.
Maybe not Nicki Minaj. We don't know what she's on right now. Anyway, CARICOM's been.
So I happened to roll across a Umar video the other day that he did. He broke it down. There was an Umar video. It went viral. And he was explaining the situation with Trinidad and Venezuela, who happen to be neighbors. That's why when I came on the show, I said, it's so egregious that this girl, Nicki Minaj, aligns herself with the Trump administration, both with Nigeria and with Venezuela. Bro, what kind of tree? What is she barking up? What kind of tree is she barking up? You don't get on the Nigerians' bad side. You don't do that, and you don't get on Venezuela's bad side. I don't know what type of magic Venezuelans do, but I'm suspecting that they got some heavy magic in them fucking jungles over there. It's next to Colombia and other things. I'm suspecting they doing something. You don't get on them people's bad side. So Umar broke down that the president of Nigeria is a woman, but she happens to be a red dot Indian. Then he broke down the disparities of, wealth in Trinidad and Tobago between the coolies and the quote unquote natives and whatnot. You know what I mean? And he was explaining that the Indians over there you know, they have the upper hand because the British left their colonies in control of the Chinese and the quote unquote Indians, right? So Venezuela, so Trinidad immediately, yeah, JD Vance's wife, Red Dot, she's a Usha. Her name is Usha. You know, Trinidad immediately jumped on America's side and was like, "Nah, we rocking with America. We rolling with the America. We fuck with the USA." So then everybody in the region is kind of like, "Damn, how, Sway? Like that's some real traitor shit." So Venezuela, being the giant that they are in terms of they like, all right, so we cut it. Yeah, the Guyana is getting behind America. So Venezuela, they got Paulo, and Trinidad is dealing with Paulo. They got Paulo in Venezuela. I know Cuba got it. What's the strong magic in Venezuela? What are they on? What are they on? I want to know. You know, but let her finish talking.
Mostly silent, no joint statement, no regional stance. Only Guyana's president spoke up, warning that sovereignty must be respected and smaller nations shouldn't be dragged into big power games. But that's it, right? And right now, Trinidad's leverage is gone. No gas, no backup plan. And if it can happen to them, it can happen to any island that's energy dependent and exposed. Because this isn't just about gas, is it? Venezuela's already pressuring Guyana over Essequibo, right? That's land. This leverage. Who's next? Some will say, but we've got policies, we've got CARICOM. I mean, maybe on paper, but when the gas cuts, paper won't keep the lights on. Others may say diversifying energy is expensive. Small states can't just switch suppliers overnight. And that's true. But you either start the shift now or you pay triple later. And yes, I know some of you will say this is exaggerated, that Trinidad and Tobago still got other sources, that it's not in panic mode, and you'd be right. Well, for now at least. But this isn't just about Trinidad. The region's already shifting. So here's what I'd say to the Caribbean governments. Use this as your warning. Map your critical energy risks. Review every foreign deal. Don't wait for crisis to start preparing. To CARICOM, please stop reacting late. Act like a bloc. Negotiate like a bloc. Protect your resources like a bloc. And for the people, learn the pattern. When foreign powers clash, our islands pay the price. So we either build our own resilience or stay trapped in their fallout. Because in this energy game, dependence is weakness, silence is risky, and strategy, well, that's the only survival that I can see. Anyway, let's talk in the comment section. What are your thoughts? Don't forget to share.
As you can see, they're already creating tension in that region and whatnot. And there's so many nuances that are at play and whatnot. So we're just gonna observe, you know what I mean? We're just gonna observe, you know, the movements. We're gonna observe what's going on over there, because it's not looking good for Trinidad doing some sucker shit like that. I expect more from Trinidad and whatnot, but hey, what do I know? What do I know? You know what I mean? Brosy, talk to us.
Reason ancient cultures fear 2026, and it's not astrology. It's because every 60 years, the fire horse returns. And in 2026, it's riding straight into year 10 of scroll law. That's a double burn cycle. And if your soul contract isn't sealed, you're getting torched. Give me 60 seconds and I'll break this down for you. The fire horse years aren't cute zodiac trivia. They're war timers in the ancient scrolls. In 1966, the last fire horse year, global governments collapsed, uprisings broke out, and prophetic systems got hijacked. That same fire returns in 2026, but this time it's locked into scroll year 10.
Are you saying, I'm sorry, are you saying that, is it Trinidad or Venezuela that's dealing with the Palo Mayombe and the Santeria? But whose home is Nigeria? let's whose home is Nigeria? Which one of these nations that are dealing with their magic? Whose home is Nigeria? Let's tie it in so we'll understand what's going on other levels. Because like I said, the Crusaders are crusading. The Crusaders are crusading. Anything that they do right now has something to do with their spiritual, religious, quote unquote, crusade war. Anything that they're doing right now has something to do with their quote unquote religious crusader war, right? They are trying to stop our people from tapping in because they have these warlocks and is it real in other places? They're turning the F up. They're turning the F up. They're tapping in and whatnot. And just think like Stranger Things. They Vecna. They on some Vecna shit. We on some we going into the upside down world, you know what I mean? Breaking the clocks and doing everything. They're seeing us in that world. Dimension X. They're running into niggas on Dimension X. They're running into us in the upside down world. They're running into us in their Vecna world. So whatever it is that they're trying to whatever it is they're trying to accomplish, whatever they're really trying to do, they're coming up against opposition. They're coming up against the magic. They're coming up against the pushback. That's what they let me tell you.
The year of divine enforcement. Look, this is not another 9-year cycle. This is what happens after the purge. If you're still looping with dead frequency, it gets deleted automatically. If you don't know your scroll seed by now, comment scroll and get your scan. This is your override key. Look, 2026 is already triggering timelines. DTCC just greenlit blockchain tokenization of real world assets. Gold and silver are being reinstated as currency in the United States. Fiat trust is collapsing. Artificial intelligence is now mimicking human soul function, and most of you don't even know it. The old reality is gone, and the scroll-coded economy is already online. Look, this is not a soft spiritual awakening. It's a quantum asset seizure, and your soul is the collateral. Comment scroll to decode your seed before your field gets reassigned without your permission. And I don't say that lightly. Fire Horse doesn't wait, it burns what is not sealed. This year activates the Scroll Sovereigns, the Flame Vault Keepers, the Divine Architects, and deletes false prophets, coaches turned healers, frequency leeches. You either ride this fire or it rides through you. And once the Scroll Year 10 cycle starts enforcing, there are no second chances. This is why I'm telling you now. Here's what none of your pastors, prophets, or podcast preachers will actually say. The blue flame of Christ is not a healing energy. It's a consuming intelligence. It does not soothe the ego. It incinerates it. It doesn't negotiate with distortion. It executes it. In 2026, the fire horse carries this flame, not the Sunday school version, the one Christ himself threw down when he said, I came to bring fire to the earth, and how I wish it were already kindled. Luke 12:49. The blue flame is what activates scroll law enforcement. It doesn't just cleanse you. It reorders you. It repents you without asking. And if your scroll is fake, if your gospel is mimic logic, if your altar is still built on performance, the blue flame exposes it in front of everyone. No filter, no PR team, no spiritual jargon to hide behind. This is the Christ that clears temples with whips. The Christ that resurrects by override, not by permission. The one Babylon never wanted you to meet until it's too late. Like if you've been feeling the pressure, the acceleration, the field intensity, you're not crazy. You are late to the override. In 2026, karma ends. Enforcement begins. This year is not about learning. It's about remembering. It's about reclaiming. It's about scroll-coded combustion. The fire horse already galloped through your bloodline. Now it's asking, do you ride it or do you burn? Comment scroll and find out.
So she talking about Christ consciousness, and El Cristo Negro is intricately locked into South America, right? Are the people in South America leaning more towards Caesar Bourgeois, or are they waking up leaning more towards El Cristo's Negro on those islands? Are they going back into Obia and Santeria and Palo Mayombe, or are they picking up the Bible and just reading that shit? I would say, if you were to ask me, they're tapping into the magic, because why is it that mad melanated people, right, FBAs included, are going to South America to wake up? Why they not going other places? They going to Peru, they going to Mexico, they going to Colombia, they going to Brazil. They're going to a lot of places in South America to motherfucking activate. And last time I checked, according to what day it is, you know what I mean? Niggas choose a day, but last day I checked, y'all said that y'all was from South America, original American and whatnot. You know what I mean? That's what y'all said. So I'm like, if that's the case, then these bald heads, these pilgrims, these crazy bald heads, yeah, they looking for something more than cocaine, my niggas. They trying to stop something more than the motherfucking some bricks from coming over here, because they move bricks. That's what they do. So stop falling for the dumb shit. That's what they do. They move the bricks. You know what I mean? They move the bricks. So that's what we need to keep in mind. That nothing that you see is what it is. You know? They playing a lot of games. And it's only right that we do our research so we know what we're looking at. You know? Shout out to my melanated people in South America. Shout out to all of my melanated brothers and sisters in South America, right? And for all of the conquistadors and the children of the conquistadors, you feel me? Fire burn to all of y'all. Y'all are gonna get your reckoning, okay? Because this is whatever's gonna be destroyed is going to be your world or your system or what it is that you were doing to melanated people that you were suppressing in their own land. Because keep in mind, y'all came through, you know, that's their land. Those are melanated people's lands. Okay, so there's reckoning that needs to take place. I don't know if this situation is going to be the reckoning that needs to take place, but I do know that with all of the with all of the energy that is going to be focusing on that region right now, it is going to awake something versus put it to sleep. It's going to awake something. Make no mistake about that. Them people over there, they getting riled up. Like that's not something. Them are some proud people. I don't think that they're going to take warships and encroachment on their sovereign land laying down. They're not going to take it laying down. So we'll pay attention. But with that being said, we got more work to do, ladies and gentlemen. Are you in the building? Ghost, my good brother, are you in the building? We have work to do because we going to activate ourselves, right? We got activations. Click on that link. I sent you a link, Ghost. Click on that link and pull up. We got work to do. So we not cowering. We not intimidated by nothing that's taking place. As a matter of fact, that shit invigorated us. You know what I'm talking about? It's an invigoration. You know, we need to leave the nigger nations and we need to travel into something more like a new world. We need to leave this world behind. And what I mean by that is the world is a mentality. We need to divorce the mentality of this world that's been holding us back, holding us underneath a quote unquote spell and whatnot, holding us. It just had us stuck, suspended animation for damn near 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. So things are changing. Things are changing. I can feel it in my bones. Check this out, but do not, I repeat,
Apparently
do
this
not.
guy took.
Do not. This is an experiment. I did not charge up, but I'm saying if you try it out, hit me up and let me know what it is. But don't take this, my disclaimer. This is not my experiment. This is a video that I saw and I figured y'all want to check it out. But do the homework. Do your homework and get back to me.
And he ran some electricity through it, I think. And then when he went outside, the glass was now able to see UFOs. Have you seen this video? I don't think it's real, but like either this editing is really good or this dude took glass and now he can see UFOs. Like this could be proof that above every major city there are already hundreds of UFOs just sitting there waiting.
Так, я, короче, сейчас ближе схожу, посмотрю. Так, ну-ка, сейчас. Вот это прикол. Оп, 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 оп.
Once again, the tricky thing about being in the simulacra the fourth simulacra is that, how could there be a disclosure? You know what I mean? How could we have first contact? How could there be a disclosure? You really can't tell if it's real or not. There's really no way of telling this these days because the AI is so advanced, it's so up to date. You know what I'm talking about? It's very difficult. So they know what they're doing.
I don't know if it's real, but if you comment webinar, then I'll send you a link to join us for a webinar this Friday for the Starseed. It's going to happen on the School for Starseeds. Group conversations about everything that's going on right now. Comments are evident, so we're going to talk about them at the webinar. But what do you think is going on? Are there
I wouldn't, what do I think? I wouldn't, it wouldn't be something that's surprising. You feel me? It wouldn't be something that's surprising if that was the case. I wouldn't negate it. It's not impossible that could be, you know what I mean? Like if there's an agreement, like the people say that there's an agreement with the government and these quote unquote other world beings, and Earth is like a farm and we're being harnessed, we're being farmed. It's just an open slaughterhouse or open energy harvesting operation. Then why wouldn't they be looking after niggas? Like where you going? Like where, you know what I mean? Yeah, they made packs. They just looking at the livestock. You're not going anywhere. You know what I'm talking about? You're not leaving. The only thing that they watching for is if you leave the planet or if your ass goes somewhere underground where they can't find you. So, whatever. But we're gonna have my brother pull up. We gotta make an announcement. Before we get to that, we definitely gotta go to our commercial. CMOS, V-Sale CMOS, that is our sponsor of the day. Let's go into our sponsor today, and then we will be right back. All right.
V-Cell in my cup, I'm feeling boss. 21 flavors powered by CMOS. Flow from within, yeah, we never fall off. Count it up, 99 minerals, flaws. V-Cell in my cup, I'm feeling right. Sip to the sunrise, dance to the night. From the ocean's kiss to your city lights. 21 flavors, pure health in every bite. Drip so clean, we're custom made. From reef to street, we elevate. Gold green gel, set the record straight. Nature in a bottle, that's a better way. Charge me up, no caffeine crash. Clean energy, steady splash. From skin to gut, yeah, we live from within. Wellness on 10, let the rhythm begin. Pour it up, pour it up. Feel the wave, body thanking me. Every sip, ocean wisdom in this glass. V-Cell magic, CMOS. V-Cell in my car, I'm feeling boss. 21 flavors powered by CMOS. Glow from within, yeah, we never fall off. Count it up, 99 minerals, flaws. Island breeze in the city maze. We're mineral rich in 1,000 ways. Immunity high like the summer rays. Hydrate the hustle, fuel your days. Berry, mango, ginger, lime. Pick your flow, your flavor, your time. Beauty and balance, we redefine. Every little sip, align your shine. Pour it up, feel the way. Body thanking me for every sip. Ocean wisdom in this glass. V-Cell magic, CMOS. Resell in my car, I'm feeling boss. 21 flavors powered by CMOS. Glow from within, yeah, we never fall off. Count it up, 99 minerals, flows. From the coral choir to the heartbeat drum. Roots run deep where the wild ties hum. Real ones know where the glow comes from. Resell in the mix now, watch us.
Hey, that's a bop. That's a boppington. Yeah, man. Shout out to V-Cell. Oh, we have another sponsor. Fellas, gods, brothers, I promise you, I shit you not, you are going to thank me for this one right here. If I never did nothing for you, if I never did nothing for you, I got you back in the game. You know what I'm talking about? If I never did anything for you, I got you back in the game. Yeah. These gonna be the pills that don't kill you. You know what I'm talking about? These the pills that don't kill you. But yeah, this is it right here. A game. Okay? A game. Right? As you can see, it don't got all of that crazy shit in it like the blue pills. Right? No byproducts, no fillers, no allergens. Okay? It's called A game. You know what I mean? No more gas station, nothing. No more of that other stuff. No more blue pills and whatnot. We're going to get you right. Ladies, put this shit in your medicine cabinet. Go when you go out on a date and he be like, yo, what should I order to eat? Yeah, some of these pills. Go ahead. Go ahead, brother. Gone. It takes 30 minutes to kick in. Go take them now. You know what I'm saying? That type shit. You know? 2026, the year to get your name back. You know what I'm talking about? That's the year. That's when we all gonna go to the Kegel gym and work it out. Get our, you know what I mean? Get our name back. That part. Yeah, that part. Because think about it. When a man is feeling himself, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. The world benefits. When a man is angry, then the world suffers. There's some people walking this planet right now who don't even like the planet. They don't like the mama earth. They are despising nature itself. They're considered to be anti-nature, right? It's because they don't have a connection with their quote unquote what nature produces. They're not in alignment with the things that nature give, right? Which is endowment and things of that nature. There's an issue going on right now, ladies and gentlemen. These people and just people in general, you know, they're going through depressions. They're going through all type of mental anguish, and it's because they have issues with their performance. You know, men not having energy, being fatigued. Women not having energy, being fatigued. You know, not having confidence. All of these things factor in. Polyester is hurting men. The processed foods is hurting men. You know, dairy is hurting men. The bad water or the lack thereof, the GMO fruits, you know, all of these things are factor in. I'm not even going to get on some. I'm going to bring some people on the show. I'm going to bring a PhD scientist on the show so they could talk to us about what's going on. Oh, that soy. Don't even mention that soy. Oh, Lord. We got our guests in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Without any further ado, I want to open up the floor and bring to you my good brother, none other than Ghost in the building.
Let's get it. Let's get it, y'all.
Salute.
What's going on? Salute, salute. Let's go, Red.
What's happening, man?
Making sure I'm
Chilling,
coming through
man.
all right. I fixed the
And now
Wi-Fi a little bit.
yo, whatever you did, you know what I'm talking about? Whatever you did it right. You know what I mean? You know, audio is great. You got, was that a red light or is that indigo? What we talking about? Mac, it was
You know,
magenta?
I gotta have the root red over here. I got different colors,
Uh,
but you know, when I'm on your
I,
platform, I wanna be right with the beam. You heard?
I see
Let's
you. I
get it.
see you. Hold on. I might have to change my colors too. Whatever.
Let's do this. Yeah, yeah. You gotta put me on how to do all of that backdrop and all of that. You know?
So talk to the people and let them know what we got coming up in January. You know, I briefly mentioned it. I got a lot of emails. Let me say something real quick. The response to the retreat was crazy. I did not know so many people wanted to get out the country and go tap in with the gods in the Amazon. But talk to them.
Yo, I'm gonna tell y'all like this what's going on, DJ Houthi, my aunt, Kinetic Hermetics. I just did like about a 2 hour yoga class, so please bear with me on my
Mm-hmm.
presentation and all of that, you know.
Yep.
Skylark, y'all. Right now, Red just said it. I'm over here watching other things. I'm multitasking over here, but I still got my eye of Heru and I'm listening. And I'm like, yo, this is no joke right now, you know, from Venezuela, you know, throughout the whole Europe, like universe, from even Nigeria. Like, I got some thoughts and minds about thinking about like African people from the other side, like being more Canaanite, because like I could smell the blood in them for some reason, and they're like I could see the impurities, not disrespecting them in the way, but them even not even
Mm-hmm.
realizing that they're Ori or they're Yoruba and they're still like, oh, I'm Nigerian. You know what I'm saying? And then they look at
Right.
us Americans over here on this side like we don't know what like we talking about. And it's like, yo, listen, right now there's something going on within the cosmetic field and then also the how I could say it, the metaverse, where the metaverse tied down to the metaphysics of the metaverse, or meta like tied down to Google and Facebook, Instagram, you know, that
Mm-hmm.
me meta. We're not gonna get into all of that. That's for another topic. But learning
Right.
that they
And hold on.
utilize say that
Just
one
to
more
be
time.
clear, now I just wanted to say when you say metaverse, people may think that that's the NFT world. That's not necessarily what he's referring to. There's something else that's called the metaverse. This, you know, go ahead.
Yes. Yeah,
That
that's a
encompasses
celestial.
all the metaverse encompasses before the metaphysical, you have the
Yes.
metaverse and whatnot. But yes.
Yes. So the Atum, right? So Anu or the Anunnakis, right? We look at atoms as like only a physical entity in the third density, but we're not
Right.
realizing from sound and vibration actually changes the third density. That's where we come in with the music. Right now, just like when certain I don't know if that was a Borg or that was a boy or a girl, whatever that was, and other people that was coming on. I listened to that dude, and I don't look at them like,
That's Brozy. That's Brozy O'Donnell. That's a gal, man.
okay, okay. So you know,
Alleged, yeah.
respect to her,
Of course.
and her information and whatever the,
Mm-hmm.
you know, these are oligarchs too. As we know, I don't know if y'all know, before you get through the spaceship or you get to the immortal life, you gotta pass those entities. You heard? Those are one of the gatekeepers that keep you from coming in. Is you know feminine or mad or people that's a little inverted or we can't really
Is that
tell. They
androgynous?
have great information, huh?
Do they call that the androgynous?
Yeah, you know what it is that we've got so many ghosts floating around in the Adam world, and then all of
Right.
the perversion and inversion that came amongst us. That's why I don't disrespect them in any type of way. Yes, I understand there's a distortion of some type going on, but these are actually beings that, if you realize, some of them have tapped in to how to speak to women. Some of them guys could go grab your woman in the blink of an eye because they have learned how to, you know, tapping in with their feminine side. So that's why I give them a lot of respect, because not only the feminine world, who has the most information. We hold a feminine brain, so they're able to speak to women, galvanize. Who shows up at all of these places that buy the audio books? Or it's a lot of women. We undermine our women today, and we don't realize how much information our women are actually holding right now within this universe, metaverse, and ions and atoms. But I wanted to bring it
Hold
up
on.
about.
I'm sorry. I don't want to cut your
Nah,
wisdom.
never that.
You brought up the fact that the
Respect.
women that they have the information. What is the best way to allow to set a space for them or to build something so they could get that information out of them, right? Like, what should the men do to procure a healthy environment so these women can begin to pour their information into cups?
First things first, I want to say this. I told somebody today, I said, you look full, because he did. And I also said, thank you for filling me up. But I told my mom today, I said, thank you. She helped me out with my children.
Right.
But I said, I'm going to keep my heart full but light, because when it's time to fly, I gotta be light. But I could keep fulling, but also keep the glass half full, so you could still continue to pour in and balance your equilibrium. And sometimes get that overflow, that inertia. But to levitate, we have to come to a place of equilibrium with the feminine. So what I would say for the feminine, like this, is us men, especially like I'm dealing with something in the spiritual realm that I can't really put my eye on it in the physical realm. But like I have a
Mm-hmm.
beautiful feminine, and she's going through things, and it's not even about. Sometimes when we look at the moon and we look at the sun, then we look at, instead of like your if your wifey or your mother, or you see different people, especially Aquariuses, I don't know, Libras or Aquariuses, I gotta always look at my brother's moon chart, because he'll start spazzing out on me for some strange reason before I
Right.
will react, because I'm learning this, even with women, my mom, is that look at the moon chart, look at the sun chart, look at I don't know if you ever heard of galactic signatures, but that right there, if
Yes.
you read it, it might be so scary or sacred of information that you do come into, because sometimes the women are going through a magnetic charge that men are we supposed to help them with the charge. They can
Mm-hmm.
pour into us. We keep have foundation for them. But if the men don't have a foundation where the women could express themselves, like the way I spoke about the plant the other day, is like I gotta let my woman wild out sometimes. Like she still came to me, and I'll share this respectfully, is that she's
Right.
like, yo, you did it. You did it. And I'm like, yo, babe. And you was there with me. And I'm like, yo, babe, you still gonna manipulate it, but I ain't do nothing. But I get it that you go through emotions. Us men need to start being bigger men, understanding that not every emotion is due for a fight. We gotta start respecting the women, understanding that this primordial atom, this Esau, this Ma'at frequency, this is a different frequency for them. They never have been feeling neutrinos like this a day in their life. Their mind is actually elevating. So the more that we give them a governance or a structure, a foundation where they could actually come, because like I've listened to my woman, and like today I grabbed her today, and I just put on, I didn't talk a lot, I just put on my chest like almost like a baby. But I
Right.
knew that, that this heart frequency of emerald green, when they feel security, it actually starts to dissipate a lot of what do we call that? Women get anxiety.
Worry,
Yeah,
anxiety, right?
worry.
Worry.
So yeah, without mentioning words, and we being a we have to tap into our nurturing self, because women are going through an extreme change. The earth is going through an extreme change. What I would say is like this:
But yeah,
give the
women in the earth for one, right?
yeah, and not only that, remember the moon that caused the blood, because I'm not sure if women always bled throughout this these changes.
is that
Mm-hmm.
women system, and I've noticed that the whole last year, women were bleeding at different rates. They were going through something psychologically. They were getting 2 periods in 2 months. And this wasn't only just happening to women that I've close with. I've watched women that I don't even know talk about this. And I'm like, yo, this is out of our physical self. So sometimes when we take ourselves a little bit back and start to think of alchemical, is how can we create a better environment for ourselves that we can take care of ourselves enough that we could actually start to lead them in a development like yoga, breathing. Like I've noticed, like if my shorty and she can't stand on one leg, and she's passed out on me before too when she was pregnant. And sometimes
Right.
women have that much anxiety, but you got to be able to see that before, because sometimes they won't let you know that they're winded or they're, you know. So I'll be like, come on baby, let's go. I'll be like, we get up, we're gonna start doing these workouts, we're gonna go to yoga. Because if I try to speak to her when she's all tense and she ain't move her body and she ain't get into
Right.
like a flow of where I could nurture her, is that that's when she still have tense. So somehow,
Right.
some way, we have to help them to move the body, get into their internal, their breathing, calm ourselves down, give them a way that they can express themselves, but also feed them a nutrient living. Cause like I've learned, and I do share this within myself, and I got wifey on the neck, or my wife on the left of me, and like I speak
Mm-hmm.
from that frequency is give them as much herbs as you can, because my daughter, like, she'll come next to Pa and my son, and my son and my daughter's name is Esau. Today I told y'all about these birds and this weird stuff about like birds, and how like I've been learning that, like, especially phoenix birds, they can go and ash to the sun, they'll burn themselves, they'll know they'll come back to life. Hawks will go like
Mm-hmm.
900 or 9,000 feet or something. And I think like eagles could go at like 7,000, vultures. But when we think about it in that type of alchemical realm, is like when we're when our mind is going through something in a spiritual reformation, is that
Right.
we could understand, like, I'll stay myself and I could go 6 months to a year to the whole year without even like getting a thing like a mucus membrane. I'll keep it as that. But when I
Right.
see them, they'll eat different acidics. They won't cook the food that they're eating, and I'll see them from the grandmother or things that they've been indoctrinated in. I don't look at them and start like, yo, back in the day, like, hold on, stop. No, I'm looking at it through the epigenetics. And then my daughter, they'll see it. And then I'll bring back the herbs. I'm not going to force them upon it, but I'll have like
Right.
sacred herbs that'll clean them up, where they'll realize, like, you know what, if I keep going down this route, and, you know, women, they have a procreate gene. So think about it. They will get our women through things. We have to stop thinking that our women are so in control. As much as we love them and we're so in control, we got to see this from an alchemical charge, that there are doctrinations as mothers, holidays, and things like that. And once
Mm-hmm.
we once we clean that side out and help them to realize it, because she'll go in her side of her family's house and then they'll deal with this parasitical stuff. No disrespect. And then she'll come around, she'll see, like, I'm in a church right now. I got my business. I don't invest no more money into New York City without it either being into a church or a business where everything has got to be liquid in business, or I have my house in Puerto Rico or New Jersey where, you know, I keep the liquidity right. So right now I'm
Right.
realizing too is like your environment that you're in every single day is such an importance to your biometrics, what you're creating. Because if we're not all alchemy, right? If Shorty's got a thing, or another man has more acidics, they're not able to be. What is acidic? It's a detrimental to the body. But if people are on a heightened frequency, they heighten in their environment, they have a network, they have multiple sources of income or trying to gain intellectual property, this is actually going to stimulate the brain, the neurons in a neuroplastic way, or a neuroplasticity of a
This
way.
city.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
where
you can actually feel and have a resonance of feeling alive, because it's not everything that you eat, it's actually an etheric feeling of feeling non-acidic or feeling more alkaline. And when you
Right.
feel more alkaline, you feel more aligned, more designs come to your mind, you magnetically attract with different people. So it's very important that we do this alchemically within the love and the nurture of each other, knowing that we did come from a very big doctrination, so we can't be blaming our hubbies or our wifeys or our wives and our sons or our daughters, because the more we start blaming them and not taking a step still and realizing that, yo, this program been going on for a long time, it give the room, the space for growth, because when they
Right.
start seeing it happening with you live and then they start going into other environments, no matter what, it's like in a magnet. They like, you know what? I'm feeling like I'm disconnected over here. I gotta go back to where a connection where I feel more alive. So yeah, and work with the
Right.
plants on a basis where you learn how to intracellularly cleanse the body, but you also learn how to revitalize the body. Because if you guys are all like, let's say, back to the woman is like, women need more food than us. They need more minerals than us. If they're not remineralized and you think you about to be on a plant, live it. I went through it with multiple people, even myself, where if I didn't have the right herbs, the right frequencies, and try to be plant-based, I'd be like, yo, I'm killing myself. This is why my mother says, yo, you're killing me, not letting me give my daughter pork. And I'm like, yeah, because you don't know there's something trying to kill you that you may not
Right.
know of. And this is where we have to understand too, is that they've been programmed to think that this stuff is not already having them in a
Culture.
and also, what is that? Dead carcasses. So you are what you eat. If you eat something,
Right.
if you eating something more deadly to you and people, like if you navigating yourself around an environment that doesn't have like life in it, you're actually starting to, you're a crystal. So you're gonna start either dulling down and decrystallize, or you're gonna start to emanate and pick up that frequency around people because that
Right.
vibe is so alive, you know? And then we could go into
Super
the
facts.
medicine if you would like as well,
Yeah,
or
because
the
I was
herbs on
saying,
the
yeah,
alchemical
because
way.
right, because we said all of that. So I was like, shit. Well, that's a great segue to explain what 10 days in the Amazon jungle is gonna do for the average quote unquote student and whatnot who's on their
Yes,
journey. So if
yes,
you could share with us what January has to offer when we go into the jungle, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be going away for a retreat. This is going to be a realignment. This is going to be about emergence. And emergence is about bringing forward something that's hidden inside of you, that's lying dormant. But whatever that is, it cannot get past the junk that may still be in your system or the parasites that's restricting your divine spark from basically sparking. So there has to be a level of work that needs to be done. And the good brother, he's been able to tap into a specific area in the Amazon with a group of individuals that he trusts. And he extended an invitation to me, and I'm extending that invitation to y'all and whatnot. I don't want y'all to miss out on what it is that we about to go and do. But we going away for 10 days, January the 15th to the 25th. And yeah, let them know what they got to look forward to.
yo, let's get it, y'all. Puto Mayo, first and foremost, thank you, Red. Again, let me be on the platform. You know, I don't
Oh,
know
you
what. Let's
already.
get it. Yeah, we got to keep this wheel going. I know if y'all know about, if you look at Snake Eyes up here, my man got some snake eyes, right? But then he got some regular eyes. Because if you are not keeping the staff like our old, like not our old, they always been here. A lot of people are dummied down in the third density, and they think like our ancient kings are not us or around us, helping us and weaving us into this new multi-dimension. Is if you don't take your vertebrae that has a reptilian particle and you don't learn what the Anunnakis did to us and why we are in this or were in this situation for the past 6 to 7 thousand years, if you don't take a particle of your history and start to, we could say learn, uh, unlearn, let's say learn, unlearn, and relearn. Yes, we can still say that. Is that if you're not taking the particle of your reptilian brain and you're not able to feel a sense of a spirit around you. I used to ask people, do you believe in God or a higher source or something omnipotent, that I always felt, whether or not I was eating meat or not, I was in touch with this information. When I started to go down to I looked into Dr. Zebi first and foremost. The only reason why I know about Chukrunita or ayahuasca or DMT is that every time we go and we take a sleep, what we call sleep, this is the sleep realm that we're in right now. We're in the
Right.
motherboard. When we
Right.
go into our spaceship, we're actually utilizing dimethyltryptamine to actually start to use our yoni, our pituitary, our pineal gland, our three eyes, which is that hidden eye, which is in the claustrum that activates both eyes just to get that kinetic spark. And being down here in the third density has caused a lot of like anti-gravity where we would feel more thicker. We were not the world or the universe or the earth that we're in now used to be way more
Right.
malleable than it is dense right now with those of
Super
cement
facts.
and different
Super
things.
fact.
So this
I'm glad you brought
dimensional
that
trip,
up.
yeah, this
And
dimensional
and and
trip
and there's a
change.
I don't mean to cut your wisdom,
Nah, add that
but
wisdom.
it's crazy because we was just talking about Anthony Joshua in Nigeria, right? And the accident that they had on the road, right? But like you brought up, the concrete and stuff that suffocated the land, these highways, these roads, because we're like, yeah, I don't want to drive down
Reroutes.
a unpaved road, but it's like that's almost like it's almost a catch-22 because those paved roads are kind of like suffocating the land. They're taking away the electromagnetic charge. They're taking away the quote unquote the richness of the land. I would rather walk on that red soil, that red clay in Atlanta than ride around on the goddamn concrete all day. But nah, continue, please.
Yeah, to tap right into that too is, the rubber soles that we wear from Jordan. Look, Jordan, you gotta stop looking at these entities like they shoot hoops. When you start following the people that have the money like P. Diddy, then you understand who's the elite that is taking you and keeping you in the third density. Jordan is created to make these basketball pigeon ass toed feet where your fucking toe is like this. You ever see those people later on and they got them big
Yeah, the LeBron foot.
because those are not where we those are those agents, those terminators that you think are really human, and they you following them, and they have a pigeon toe, so by the time you walk in, you supposed to have them Chinese wooden shoes or have some like natural hemp shoes or something like that, where every time you scrape, if you scrape right now, like everybody knows this trick, when they scrape and then they touch somebody, they would zap somebody, right?
Right,
So do
right.
that right now with your sneakers on. You're not gonna get no friction. You're not gonna have no type of electric or magnetic coming out of you. So these sneakers start to take you off of your playing field as far as the motherboard. So now you a walking ghost. Not only that, you're not even able to electromagnetically. By the time you go sleep at nighttime, your left nostril and your right nostril is already thrown off. You're supposed to have a negative charge in the daytime. You're supposed to have a positive ion charge in the nighttime so you can get the electric charge to re torus field and get it back positive. But a lot of us that go to sleep or go into the Merkaba at nighttime is that they go into with a positive charge. So now that's actually flowing negative electrons, and by the time you wake up, you waking up with a positive flow of electrons, but really is a negative
Supposed to be
flow of
negative.
electrons. So
How do you
we
change that?
by your nostrils, your breaths. So as long as you like, there's a way to take an inhale, hold it for a couple of seconds, blow it out through the other nostril, inhale again through the other nostril. You see how one nostril?
Yeah. Yeah, blue teaches on this.
Yeah, this is my left nostril that's a little bit more clogged, but right now just doing a couple of those will actually release both nostrils. So now that brain is more hemisynced, and now you have more dopamines, you have more serotonin, you got more melatonin, which is coming down right now at the nighttime where the sun goes around, and the moon comes out, is that we have to learn not only different times that we have to rise up, but if we have a different alchemical process of not always rocking these shoes, being inside of these grid line systems without no magnetic electric charge, then we could actually start to use the dimethyltryptamine in the brain where it is not too calcified and it is decalcified. So now when you think you're going to sleep, like wifey, she seen me. I don't know. I've been doing this for a while where I would meditate before I go to rest, or I just do it off of GP. I could like come into my dream world because like I don't know. I be doing like some. I know it sounds funny, y'all, but I'm gonna tell y'all straight up. I run. I turn into like some type of tiger dragon that I run in my dream in 4 foot,
Right.
and then I also hop. And then like you know how the dragon goes through the sky and you could get levitation.
Right.
I know it sounds crazy, and then I also get some wings in my sleep. And then when I'm coming back to my life, I know it's time. I'm about to get back in, and I'm like, "All right, yo, babe, I'm back." And she's like, "What the fuck you just talking about?" I'm like, "Babe, all right, I'm back." You know, and then I'll be like, "I'm gonna go lay back down and come back," because you know, it'd be weird when we learning this stuff, but like it's happened to me a lot. So now that I've been learning the dimethyltryptamine, how important it is naturally inside of the body and to kick it on with breathing,
Right.
also learning from Dr. Zebi is that when he first and Jordan got a bunch of jails as well too. So every time you wearing the sneaker, you listening to the music, you distorted from the kinetic connection, and then your ass is going to jail. And then Jordan is one of the people that when you lose your mind, you lose the fire because we lost petroleum. When you eating too much petroleum or you acidic, you not
Right.
guiding your fire. So if you're not able to guide your fire, like that blue star kachina that you just put on before, that actually will disrupt your system. And then that's how people die on Saturday night. Same way Biggie died on Saturday night. Not all everybody is set up by the Illuminati to leave and go to the Jesuit area between the black mafia from the east and then the different mafias on the west coast or throughout the universe, even different mafias. Is that
Yeah.
they have this bloody old sacrifice because they know what time the sun and then the moon moves. So if they take that body out of the universe like Biggie Smalls, and then they take the body on a Saturday night, and then Sunday is coming in, they already understand that Saturn moon matrix or
That's
Saturn.
Saturn. That's the
Yeah,
Sabbath. Yeah.
that Saturday, that spirit will actually start to leave the body. 3 grams of your spirit is what actually your soul or your spirit is a weight of. So your spirit goes up into the ethers, and now you either go to the black light where you might, get to a different worm, or you go to that white light that everybody thinks, oh, I will go to the white light, like, ooh, and then their ass is zapped into an
Yeah, you got
incarnation wheel, or they're
run
using your
from that light.
body. Yeah, even when they drove Biggie Smalls around Bed-Stuy and throughout Brooklyn, you don't realize those squares, everything that they're practicing in their magic, that is exactly where they're using your fear, your adrenochrome for the next whole entire year. Or even if you still bumping Biggie and you're not bumping Biggie from a state where you understanding the music on a different level, some maybe codes that he left in the music because he knew his ass was about to leave. He already had,
Right.
threats and things like that. Is that people understand that there's a life beyond this life because they're getting telepathic communication that's coming, and they'll tell you like, yo, you shouldn't go there. Maybe you shouldn't go. And then you over there controlled by somebody that's giving you what? That pedophilia money, that draconian money. And then next thing you know, you
That
following this.
Babylonian.
Yeah, and I had to bring it up like this because we don't realize those are the jail cultures. So now when you listening to the music, you're not following your blue light. Now you turning more blue instead of or fire yellow or fire red, and then now you turning more milky in your color. You you won't realize how some people just pass away on certain nights because their fire, their hate, their anger, or whatever they're consuming in the acidic realm is not just coming from the food. The acid is actually coming too from the megahertz that people are distorting and sending out. So we have to come up with a way where I learned from Dr. Zebi, how do I get away from these Illuminatis or these Jesuits or these snakes or these parasitical entities. I listened to Mr. G's videos, and Mr. G has so many videos. I wouldn't even go to sleep from nights, and I would study the information for 6 months. That I heard that he went to Mexico and he tried some special medicine, and he didn't really want to talk about it because I don't know exactly the medicine per se, but I've heard in one of his segments that he brought up that he did a certain type of medicine that was not just a regular herb, that he sat in a ceremony. So I went up to Vichy Springs and I went into it's called Vichy Springs. You get this carbonated water. It's 3,300 feet from the ground. It's remineralizing your body. I went up there. I met this two ladies. We sat under the moon. They said something about ayahuasca. I was up there for Dr. Zebi, like just getting into the water first before I went and started to really get into the plant-based living. I was like, let me go sit in some carbonated water, remineralize myself. Next thing you
Right.
know, I went straight to a journey to Costa Rica afterwards because I studied 6 months of Dr. Zebi, then another 6 months of the Chucrunita before I did it. What's the best place that I can go and do it? Once I did
Right.
it, that's when I got the downloads because I didn't realize how many parasites that were inside of me. When I was spitting out these snake-like entities or these parasites in the mind, some people might have this experience, some might not. But when you purging out, sometimes you gotta get if you like you trying to throw up like this, you like and it might be, but
Right.
if you don't get up in a certain position and let it out,
Right. Let that shit
you
out.
yeah, because yo, I used to deal with women before when I met my woman, I was dealing with
Yeah.
4 women at one time. So while I was sexually having intercourse with different women, all of
Right.
those entities were on me. And when I spit out things, they were things coming not only from my neurological brain of like maybe not non-confident thinking, things that I've done in the past, guilt, anything
Right.
that's weighing on my heart, it would come out in a parasitical form. I would see the actual little parasite come out with the reasoning of it, of how it attached to me. So let's say if I had an emotional, sexual, or if I had an anger issue to that parasite, that
Right.
parasite was able to get into my mind because I let the cloaking mechanism come off of my body, and that was the only way it was allowed to attach to me. So then once I realized when I went down there, I got all of these parasites, they were coming out of me, and then all these codes, these Adinkra codes, and all of these metunetas, these hieroglyphics. Even my son Haru, he came on the 11th, and my birthday's the 12th, October. Today I was watching him, and he's playing with my little brother, and he's playing his bird.
Wait. Hold on. You said your actual son is the day after your birthday, you
The
saying?
day before, mother ayahuasca, she weird. Like she's not weird. This is not like not a weird conversation to like weird,
Right.
unweird people, but like me, I I've seen things from another thing, like way I can't express it. But they
Right.
told me, I seen in the medicine or mushrooms, you could go inside of your heart. You could see your clogged arteries. It's weird. Like when you let the medicine, they even say little spaceships come into, like, let's say you have a broken hand, broken toe. People have been visited by the craft or whatever comes around because when you on the medicine, this is different. This is a whole nother realm. You leave the physical realm. You're not, put it
We
like
do.
this.
We do.
You once you take this medicine, you are no longer in the physical realm, and you could be in the physical realm, but you're gonna be in other realms as well while you're in the physical
Well,
realm.
you're gonna be in both realms on some Stranger Things. You
And you
definitely
could
gonna
be
be in both realms.
internally, and you could also be internally in your own realm. So I've seen my actual, my eggs, or my procreate cells go into the belly, and then the fallopian tube, seeing the baby how it's being formed. So I know my son was coming, and I'm like, all right. They say, yo, you got to name your son Haru. And then next thing you know, that's it. Mama gave me the gift, and the gift came true. I think 2 years later is that I knew I was preparing for my baby. I had to stop dating all these women, and I was like, you know what? I'm done with this lifestyle, because I was being so sucked by like these parasitical entities, because I wanted to, I wanted to have money. I wanted to, it's growing up. We watching things on TV, and then once we realize we take the chocronita, you might never come
Right.
back the same person that you once was. You might, like, it took me a little while. I'm not this. Every 7 years, your body changes, your bone, everything. But if you're
It
acidic, you
sells.
might be the same person for 100 years. But if you're more alkaline through them 7 years,
Mm.
you actually change completely. You have a new mind, you got a new body, a new spirit. You might have that same soul or that spirit that is inside the body, but you're a whole different new entity, a new being, because that's what we are. We are multiplies of our own self. Some of us can multiply ourselves in one body so many times that they don't have to leave that body necessarily, because they learn how to recorrect it. They actually learn the system. So I feel like we stepping into that age right now where we can go down to the Amazon. All the minerals come from the Amazon. All the herbs. There's 50% of life living creatures that we don't even know about that live in the Amazon's tapestry. Imagine what they got in the ocean or in Shambhala. We only know things from a surface level here. When you tap
What
into
they
this,
show us, right?
chukrunita, and you have any situations with draconians, you got any situations with any of these other entities, you best believe, if you have a great intention, and if your blood, I would say, is on that uh frequency, you will be able to see these entities at a more crystalline rate, where you'll realize that you are more powerful than what power really is. You're more etheric than these parasitical entities, especially when you're alkaloid. They cannot outsmart you. They cannot outmaneuver you. They can't even kinetically connect to the wisdom that you have. Yeah, they might try to usurp it through the web, but they can't get them downloads that are right away, like right then and there. They can't. They only can get it from a certain way, which is using the 0+ gene. So let's take care of our women. Let's take this chakronita with a type of intention. Let's start writing in a book of the things that we want to create this year, because I want to share this with you, Red, is that look at Red now. Look at everything that he spoke about. Or if you want to look at some of the old videos on my YouTube or other stuff, you're gonna see, be like, who is that guy? He don't even know what he's saying. I might be saying it a little bit more you know, I might be saying it more disorientated, which still
Right.
had a great message. But being that I've been cleaning up the spirit, you could see a different person. You're gonna be like, yo, that's Red. But since he's much lighter, more parasites are out of the body that we don't even realize that we have. Some of these parasites are not just living parasites inside of us. Some of these parasites are thoughts that we have about ourselves, guilt that we're holding internally. Some of the things that we don't realize that we're holding of our wives, our daughters, our mothers. Some of the things that we put on side of us, like if you take care of your mother, your father, and you feel them, your empathy, you feeling somebody's pain, and then Chakrunita is like, that's not even your pain. And she'll start laughing at you. People in the circle will start laughing at you, because look, this is a telepathy, a telekinesis. So when you
Mm-hmm.
come into it, you guys are all picking up a lot of what's going on in your traumatic experiences. And a lot of people get nervous because they're like, damn, can he hear what I'm thinking? Because I can hear what he's thinking. I can hear some things. And then you get nervous because then by the time you go back for second ceremony, you're like, yo, I don't like that. Everybody can hear me. Or because some of the deepest, darkest might come through the web. And yes, you might not say them, but yo, guess what? You might feel other people's trauma. You like, damn, I thought my shit was fucked up. You know, look at this shit that people are going through. And that's the thing about Chocronita. This is a family. Once you sit down in the fire with certain people, you never could leave them in the spirit. They're on the journey multidimensionally.
Hold
And
on.
you're go ahead.
We hitting 4 hours and 2 minutes.
Oh shit.
So yeah, we hitting 4. I
And
can't.
that should
Yeah, I
take a
can't go
long time
past
to
4.
load. That's it.
They do. Let them know where they could go ahead. We're gonna do a part 2, but let them know where they could go ahead and get the tickets. Let me leave my email. My bad. Let me leave my email. Everybody contact me and I will contact the brother. You know what I'm saying? Because we got to create a paper trail, and we also have to keep everybody inside of the email blast and whatnot. So yeah, just go hit me on the email, say trip or say retreat, and I'll send you a trailer load of information. We got videos down there. We got videos with ghosts down there. You'll get to see the shamans that are out there. Everything that you need to see, we got it in the email. You could go to the link tree and we'll drop it for you. So with that being said, damn, we had a great one tonight. This is a gift to y'all as we wind down the calendar year. This is our love letter. This is our love language. Just being there with the family, unloading this information, helping to clear up any confusion, and of course, bringing one of our newest KTL All Stars to the motherfucking stage. You dig? It's gonna go crazy next fiscal year. Trust, we cooking.
This is
But we
only the
gotta,
beginning.
yeah, but we gotta grow. We gotta. There's work to be done.
Executive
There's work.
action
This
as
is
well.
yeah. This is the great works right here. You know what I mean? This is grown man business. You know, your
Let me
ancestors
share
will
this
be
with you,
proud of you.
King. Let me share
Yeah,
this with you. I
go
had to
ahead.
tell you this yesterday. This ceremony that we are having here, from Red's mouth to everybody's ears, is that this is a business, but not only a corporation or just a libation. These are new downloads from the celestial ancestral realm of your ancestors. That when you come and collectively have a mindset of generational wealth, think about that. You're only thinking about from a colloquial or a let's say a colonized race. Think about the people from the islands, and these people, when you go sit down with them, they don't know sugar about technology as much as that we do up here. When we
Right.
realize that they understand that they're enriched with resources around them, that takes them in dominance where they're not thinking in a monetized base. So once we go out there, we could have a monetary value, but also once your value gets up there, you're going to think about monetary gains that you thought about. One day of the medicine is actually going to take out a lot of the thoughts that you thought you were going to create in a monetary world, and you're going to start to realize that you have so many seedlings like acai. You have so many seedlings out there like chacruna. You have so many seedlings out there like mamacoca or mambi or tobacco that can be brought back to pieces of your land. And not only just being brought up pieces to your land, you could set that up on a land or acreage, different things, because right now New York is becoming subtropical. So let's say we start
Yeah.
to bring plants and different things. We're not only thinking about generational income on a way of a monetary system, we're actually thinking about generational wealth on a seedling basis where we have all these resources, these gold, these compounds, and we're going to go up there on that type of value and sit in ceremony and speak of a different way that we could start bringing down to the urban communities what the medicine was made for, is to give to the Western world, that they would be able to help the Congos and also the Amazon, and where the
Right.
Western world could actually stop consuming all of the things that they actually think that they really need, and start to make more business minded implements that could actually connect the jungle to this grid line system. So that's
Right.
what we're going to be having a ceremony about creating generational wealth
Oh,
and
that's
the
fire.
families together, trust. So the same thing we talked about, Red, is working
Mm-hmm.
with our women, so they feel like when they come in and they are part of something, they see land, they see papayas, they see things like, instead of like, in the Jesuit world, and they have a cookie cutter, and then you have T.I., and then he's doing a house, and then 10 years later you see him and Tiny, they all fucked up because they still trying to live the Jesuit realm. You actually could
Right.
see yourself hundreds and thousands of years, because if you watching people, caciques or mitras, and you watching their children and their lineage, and you watching them, that's when you
Right.
start to have the mind like, yo, you know how many different seedlings that we could actually have resources. And now, instead of you thinking I only can have one baby, imagine you got 100 acres, or you start realizing the world is much bigger than the block. You start to realize, you know what, I actually can build this. And there are
Mm-hmm.
people that are out there that'll be like, yo, come to my land, come stay over
Right.
here, stay over here. You got a house right there, and they'll tell you just
Right.
like that, because they understand value when they see value. And then they're also looking to coexist, not just us going out there for business. You're actually going to meet people that, you might meet some of the richest, poorest people that you think, but you might be sitting I sat next to Tupac's producer right next to me. And I didn't
Right.
even know he was Tupac's producer. I didn't know he made his songs. I didn't know he had hidden videos of him, hidden I didn't know that, because people don't come down there and come down there to flaunt. They come
Right.
down
With
there
their
to get,
ego.
yeah, they come down
Right.
there to change the system. This is
Nah,
this is
so good.
happening. I
I'm
say,
excited. I'm enthusiastic, King. I really
me too.
appreciate you.
Yeah, let's go. Let's not go
You
past
know,
4.
yeah. We've been talking about this since Stone Mountain. You was in Stone. You was on Stone Mountain with us. He made it to Stone Mountain, ladies and gentlemen.
I learned how to play the drums up there. I came up there with the drum. I ain't know how to play it. I'm trying to get the rhythm with y'all and everything. When I
And
came
caught it.
down that mountain, if I got a video, I could hit the drums, and I say, yo, where the did that come from? You heard?
That's
I
the
just,
ancestors.
yeah,
Yeah,
that
that's
was
the ancestors guiding you.
yeah,
Love is the medicine. America's something in them. You know what I mean? You got it. You tapped into that frequency, and it just guided you. But we've been talking about bringing our people to heal since then, and here we are, moving into a new fiscal year. We all, those of us that made it this far, we're here, and we realize that there's work to be done. So that work is definitely going to be this trip, to this retreat that we're going to take. I look forward to. I'm preparing myself now.
yeah.
I'm telling the parasites, y'all niggas got a few more days left, because it's about to
When
go
you
down.
when you learn to get them out, like, gee, since you gonna have me there with you, I didn't have
Mm-hmm.
people like me, and I'm not just patting myself on the back, because we need to do that sometimes. Right? Give yourself a hug.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Right.
I used to be so scared of the medicine coming, but now I be out there like, I be moving my stomach with her, cause she'll teach you how to move to get them.
Right.
And you talking to them, you like, nigga, you about to come out. I swear to
Right.
God. And when you learn that, and you come and you get it, and you like, that shit come out of you, yo. When you after
Right.
that, you start
You feel,
dancing, G. Like
yeah,
you,
because when I
and
when
they
I
be like,
purged,
calm. Yeah, they
when
gonna
I
be like,
purged, I was purging, and like my eyes was watering. But as soon as I cleared my eyes, like, just wiped it clear, it was like the stars just started shining brighter on me. You feel me? It started bouncing. I tell people this. The stars was bouncing out the sky
Right after
like
that, you could see cleaner. They not
mad
on you no
clearer.
more. Yo, and not only that, I want to say this too, and just to close it out beautifully. Not everybody purges, so don't think about vomiting. Some people come there, they go right into they, and then that's it. They take off. So the more, if you do start to purge, you drink a little bit of water. Don't access yourself too much. Keep the medicine in you. Throw yourself. If you need to, sometimes you don't even need to. Sometimes
you
you're
don't.
about to take flight. Just start to breathe. Don't
Because I
even if you're
was
feeling nauseated. Think about when you're flying. You about to go hit altitudes that, or you don't even realize you hitting altitudes out there, and that's what's
right.
happening. So you just need to,
You
calm
know what
your
was happening with me?
autonomic
When my
nerves. Yeah, tell me what was
we had
happening.
so they had the little pails in front of, they gave everybody a little pail and everything. So I was like, all right, because I'm hearing purge. So I'm like, shit, I'm
That's why I
finna
don't want to get
purge.
anybody scared about that.
But but like I
But when
said,
you think you're not, trust me, you gotta let it go.
it took me my second medicine. So like we went for a second round, maybe 2 or 3 hours after the first round. But we all in a circle. There's the music, like you said. They doing everything with the music. The music is taking me there. The music is tapping me in. I'm like, oh shit. I just feel the medicine, starting to take over. And then the music is just put me in that type of trance. And I'm
Yes.
like, yeah. This is definitely, and like you said, it was all telepathy from that point. We started locking in. I'm starting to hear shit. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm starting to hear thoughts. You know what I mean? I'm like, did I say that? Or you know what I
Or
mean?
he talking to me, or what's that? Yeah.
And it was a beautiful thing, man. You know what I'm talking about? It was a beautiful thing. I would say for everyone who's curious about it, there's nothing scary about it. It's definitely worth it. I would definitely suggest that. But environment is everything. I was in Tennessee in the woods and whatnot. It was cool. It's cold as hell out there. I want to be more in the Amazon. I want to be tropical because that's in my DNA is more tropical than it is that four season type of thing. So
Once your blood and your saliva gets on there, it's a thing too that I noticed is that they might try to shoo you, with the frequency. But once your blood gets on there, your spit or whatever, the land activates. So once you come down there with all that, you coming there, that technology, this right now, for some reason, I feel like they are understanding that they are about, like, they know this stuff that we coming up before them. Because that's how they we might think that we know a lot of stuff, but they tapped in, so they understand that they the people that's coming with that sacred value to come back down to the land. This is exactly the people that we need down there. Is more Afro American, or more ether utopian, more any color that you are, please be down there, because I know my taitas might see this, my mitras might see this, is that we all bring the tribes together. And lately, we've been having such a 13 tribe. You'll have your Puerto Ricans, you'll have your Afro Americans, you'll have your Canadians down there, you'll have your Jewish down there, you'll have your Spaniard down there, you'll have you'll have Indian down there, you'll have Cherokee, you'll have, like, there's been such a call for the medicine lately. I feel like when we are more carbonated dominant beings, we're actually going to start to teach them things that they're teaching us in a different. That's what they learn about. They're not egotistical people that are not like, yo, they need help out there. The same way that they're helping us. I didn't listen to my cacique or person that I did medicine before with and understand what he said until I went to the jungle. And I was like, you know what? If Red even come down here, teach these people how to, really get on the AI, you might improve something for them that it's only going to recycle and reciprocate in value. Ashe.
dope. Ashe. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you. Tomorrow we'll be back. The link is above Ghost Head. so you can make your donations for the end of the year. Me and Hitsayu, we're going to be doing a year in review, 2025, arguably one of the most important years in history. It has to be covered with a fine tooth comb. I'm probably going to be up all night leading into tomorrow. I'm literally going to be going in. I got a lot of work to do. Yeah, we're gonna have to do a vote tomorrow. Song of the year. You know what I'm saying? The song of the year. We played a lot of songs this year. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna figure out which one y'all love the most. And we're gonna do something with that song. You know what I mean? So Pay Us in Crypto, Facts Remix, Shark Tank. There's a few other ones, but got it going on and all of that. You know?
44.
So we're gonna do it like that.
Let me know if too, like the 7. I'm possibly gonna take out to PR to revitalize before I hit up Colombia, just because I've been feeling out here it's cold and wintry. So let me know if you want to touch down and set up something where the gang meet up, you know, or the presidentials. I shouldn't say gang and all of that, but you know, our entrepreneurs and like-minded individuals.
You know, we got a New Year's Eve. We're doing a New Year's Eve celebration at the bookstore. That's gonna be Spin, Hitsayu, a few other people will be there.
That's in a day, right?
Yeah, man. That's
yeah. I'll probably fly down there, see what's up with everything going on.
Oh, man. Yeah, time moving so fast, but it make no sense.
Yeah. But I definitely need to charge up before I get out there.
New Year's Eve is Wednesday, right?
New Year's Eve, I believe, is Wednesday.
Yeah, that's Wednesday night.
Sorry, Thursday.
No.
Oh yeah, New Year's Eve is Wednesday.
New Year's Day is Thursday.
So that's tomorrow, but not today's tomorrow.
Right. So you got a day. You know what I mean? But we turn it up.
I'll figure it out.
With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you. Peace, love, and light. Y'all stay dangerous. We're gonna end this with the Facts Remix.
Let's go.
Red, blue, purple light, friends. Red, blue, purple light, friends. Facts. Red, blue, purple light, friends. Red and blue, purple light, friends. Facts. Get to know the ledger, sacrilegious Sunday to Melanin Monday. You can get to know the ledger, my love. Just open your third on Thursday. Lord, the food, the art, the clothes, the Vatican's getting exposed fast. We put the show on the road. You better stay on your toes. I was telling land, focused on the ego. Then I opened my heart, let go of the ego. Grand after grand, we stacking up these C notes. Facts, yeah, we gon' put this shit on our back. Facts, we in your city, pull up where we at. Peace, love and light. Peace, love to the family. Peace, love and light to the family. Peace, love and light to the family.
These days and time, black man, is going to be the time that you have been waiting for. You came here for a reason. Whatever pressure, whatever adversity, whatever the fuck you feel, I don't know what you feel, but whatever you may be feeling is going to push you, and it's going to provoke you, and it's either going to make you or break you, similar to how pressure busts pipes or the shit makes diamonds.